Désolée. Petit problème technique de filmation, je pense.
We're sorry, we don't have a sound. We're waiting for the technicians to fix that.
Et c'est grâce à MCA-Maroc qu'on a pu démarrer les labs et avec qui on a organisé de façon très étroite les séminaires aujourd'hui. On a aussi travaillé avec l'Observatoire national du marché du travail, le Policy Center for the New South et la Banque mondiale. Je voudrais remercier vivement ces institutions pour le travail que nous avons mené ensemble depuis le mois de février. Un petit point logistique, c'est que vous avez dû récupérer à l'entrée un dossier qui contient un programme pour la journée d'aujourd'hui. Vous allez aussi trouver 2 notes dans ces dossiers. Il y a une note conceptuelle qui présente les séminaires en soi-même et une autre note où nous présentons les labs de l'emploi. Maintenant, nous allons démarrer le séminaire avec une séance d'ouverture. C'est un honneur d'avoir parmi nous plusieurs invités distingués. Et je vais commencer par inviter M. Younes Sekouri, c'est le ministre de l'Inclusion économique et de la petite entreprise, de l'emploi et des compétences, pour les premiers mots d'ouverture.
Merci, Madame la directrice, Mesdames la directrice générale et directrice résidente, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le directeur exécutif, Madame, vous avez plusieurs titres, donc so many titles, so I will focus on the researcher and the professor. Mesdames, Monsieur le directeur général, Mesdames et Messieurs, donc je vois beaucoup de personnes qu'on connaît et qui sont aujourd'hui invitées pour les travaux de cet atelier important, ou ce séminaire important auquel j'ai tenu à participer personnellement pour l'amitié que j'ai d'abord pour Karim qui fait un travail exceptionnel depuis des années en tant que militant dans un certain nombre de domaines, et les partenariats de qualité qu'il a su sceller auprès de partenaires internationaux. L'importance du partenariat que nous avons avec le MCC et le MCA, qui est aujourd'hui un partenariat sur des sujets avant-gardistes, parce que dans une partie du partenariat, les sujets sont des sujets où on l'en réalise, dans d'autres, comme celui-là, ce sont des sujets où l'on explore de nouvelles voies sur des questions qui n'ont pas été forcément adressées de façon complète et de façon, je dirais, suffisamment éprouvée. La question que vous abordez aujourd'hui est une question qui est nouvelle dans l'architecture du gouvernement. L'inclusion des jeunes, l'inclusion économique des jeunes est aujourd'hui.
Both economically and socially as part of the leitmotifs of this ministry, because we want to launch, more employment, and this is now part of the ministerial duties. And this is a proof of the importance the government grants to this issue. Now we are aware of the importance of including young people, but the approaches in the field sometimes still haven't proven sufficiently effective. When casting a look back at what's been done so far on this issue, the conceptualization of active labor policies, public policies, we do have some programs, but they are for young people to be employable rather than inclusion programs. So I want to hear your inputs of the day, since there are things I think we should explore further. And this is the typical difference between employability programs that are practiced in Morocco, that we know. We've been practicing that for practically 20 years now, and specific economic inclusion programs for young people, since they really need to be more included nowadays. You know that their number is very high, and because the issue of the measures within a PAC are not sufficient, I'm sorry to say. It's something I'm saying just to challenge your works, of course, but you have to understand that a lot of young people are not like we are, so we have to put ourselves in their shoes. We conceive policies, that's very good. We are going to look at their impact, their efficiency of such programs, etc. But measuring an impact scientifically is a big step forward compared to what we used to do. And I guess that this is going to be part of the proposed kit by the current seminar. This is already a big progress. We have to recognize it. But now, for what regards young people, you have to be a little bit concerned about that, because when you look at public policy, admittedly, you can measure its efficiency scientifically and look at the changes observed. Yet it is very hard to understand the feelings of people who've gone through this experience. I don't know if I've already said that before, or if other people heard me say so. There's a little story that we hear here and there of a new police chief appointed in a new city in a big town, and the mayor asks this guy to implement a policy to cope with security issues. Then the chief police gathers the sub-chiefs per district, per department, etc. So he looks at indicators and he finds that everything is green or orange corresponding to the indicator system that they have. Yet the election that elected the renewed mayor, the change of majority, was a decision made due to security issues. It means that the indicator system of the police of this state did not enable them to capture the problems perceived by citizens, because they asked for a change of political leadership. Therefore, the governor decided to remove his policeman suit. He dressed up as a civilian, and he started imagining, taking strolls every day, like a pedestrian user, taking taxis, taking buses, to have a closer look at what problems were encountered by people in the different neighborhoods and districts. And he realized something extraordinary, and this is what happens when our policies don't work. It is that between his home and the arrival point of each itinerary he would take every day, well, he realized that the number of harassments that he could witness or that he suffered were quite important, but none would reach the level of, triggering to bring the police and to draw an affidavit of what happened. But it got worse, because if one of these harassments led to the arrival of the police, it would be more interesting, because there would be some reaction. When you look for a job, this is the idea. If a person is feeling uncomfortable on a daily basis and it has nothing to do with your job, of course the person is unemployed, but alongside there are other experiences in the life of that person. It's a whole ecosystem in which that person lives. There's the reality of the territory, the relationship to the family, to money, to institutions, to the national ideal, to the motherland. So projections of this person into the future, etc., you name it. And if the report of the World Bank, and I shall enjoy the presence of the director, when they talk about, the rules of the game, immaterial rules, and the report on a new development model, this tackles these topics with a lot of precision, of course. But whenever these reports tell us about anything that regards the immaterial property, which is the main driver that shall enable Morocco to head towards the next level, to reach for optimum balance. We need to try and achieve that in these kinds of seminars, just to explain how important what you do is important to me and how the government finds it interesting and important. So for us, it is very important to understand throughout the works that we are going to hand over and throughout the whole momentum that we need to embrace, inshallah, to understand not only the issue of the efficiency of public policies and the measures of impact, the assessment, etc., but we need to look at that with regard to a citizen itinerary, because sometimes some topics do not find an immediate solution, and you can tell me that. Of course, I understand what you could reply to me, because you need employment creation, you need new jobs, you need investment. We can talk about including young people, but where do we want to include them? Into solidarity chains forever? The answer is no, of course. It cannot be a gesture of solidarity. We cannot put them all in solidarity economy. It is not an option for a country. It is an important choice that enables to create some social nets, create an economy of subsistence. People can live, but I mean, it's more survival than life. We need to struggle against exclusion. There are lots of programs for that. Lots of plans are heading in this direction, and it's a very important task, but we have to also prepare ourselves. We have to get these people ready to get some real jobs where they will really add some value, where they will make some real money and have a real perspective of a future. It's not just helping these people to survive. This does not correspond to an ideal of a lifetime. If this is the target at the beginning, it's not sufficient. So we need to challenge our country, our government, institutions, our finances, the means we have, our modus operandi, because we could, spend $1 million on a program somewhere that is not effective, and it's a public mistake. We've all done these kinds of mistakes. We don't want to keep on doing that, because sometimes, less money into another program, which is more, focused and more efficiency-driven, could bring better fruit. So we should not get self-satisfied with programs that work, that, subsist with people who say, okay, we can survive at least. No, it is not sufficient. We have to take a step further. We need to push these young people to create real value, to have a family, to have a perspective of a future. This is the Morocco, His Majesty the King, may God assist him, wants for his people. If we need to, we need to understand the differences in the territories, the asymmetrism. There are some difficulties, of course. We have to be aware of that. But in the end, there must be something that shall resound in the minds of our citizens, that will, tell them a story that they can understand. So we need to take them step by step. And that's the idea we share all. This is the concern I wanted to share with you. We have to get out of our boxes and thinking indigenous programs only. We have to get out of these classic thread mills and say, okay, is there investment? Why isn't it there? If not, why don't we use sufficient digital? Why don't we work on value change that are going to enable us to make statistics, to have statistics and see people work, but they don't really live they just survive. They're not excluded from society, but they don't have a perspective of a future. And we shouldn't let this country be driven downwards by that weight. So this is why we want to ask public policies to change things. What are these 200 million are going to be used for? Why don't we see the results? What doesn't it change things? We need to question the money we invest, the money we pour into physical, material, investments, and we have to oppose that to immaterial. Are we not good at conceiving projects? Are we not good at drawing a link between public policies? Maybe we're not good at how to direct those finances. Maybe the investment project is not efficient. And there's a lot of work we need to carry out in the field of public and private investment. This could be materialized by concrete projects and having a look at the system from end to end. There are some social innovation programs, there are solidarity-based programs, but also genuine wealth creation programs with a new generation of youngsters who are going to find themselves in that project and say, okay, this is how I'm going to change my life. And this is what we want to achieve and the kind of answer we want to offer them. But if it's too complex, if it's difficult, we need to recognize it and we need to speak the language of truth with the issue of youth inclusion and young people's unemployment rate. At least we need to speak the language of that generation and say, okay, for that generation, the means of the country are insufficient to do something of large scale, so let's prepare for the next one. And I'm speaking to you as a political decision maker. I have to endorse my responsibilities at the scale of the country in order to make that debate advance in a structured manner and not, get stuck on existing programs that are now stigmatized, because they all need to be challenged without exception. And I believe we all intend to do it in all good faith here. And this, the sum of brains gathered today can efficiently contribute to make our debate evolve and to make our policies change, because this is the message we want to convey. Just for information, the ANABEC here, the National Agency for the Promotion of Competencies, has programs and they are submitted to assessment, of course. There are also some structures of the Ministry, Directorate of Employment, Job Laboratory, and also Vocational Training Office. Lots of people are present here today, and we have to look at the institutional design that we have at hand nowadays. Is it adapted to the challenges that we need to embrace? Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, dear Minister, for these opening remarks. And now I shall invite Mrs. Malika Lasri, General Director of MCA-Morocco. Thank you very much, Florence. Dear Minister, dear Director, and dear Executive of the Policy Center for the New South, dear Director of the World Bank in Morocco and for the region, dear Director and Resident of MCA in Morocco, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your time and presence today. As far as I'm concerned, I believe that the Minister said it all. When I take a look at my notes, I'd like to commend the courage with which he expressed the importance of accepting to be assessed and reassessed. If we work in public policy, some things are not effective, so we need to look at the return on investment, and if it doesn't work, we have to reformulate, redesign, or abandon if it doesn't work. So my congratulations, and I'd like to give him a round of applause for this speech, because I'm very passionate of everything that regards young people's employment. I've a career dedicated to that, but this was the speech we were expecting. I should further like to recognize and thank from the bottom of my heart the contribution of the Policy Center to this work that is now being developed with our partners from Harvard and MIT. Without them, it would have been extremely hard to prepare this team and everything it requires in terms of resources, connections, and partners to do our jobs correctly and benefit from decent ecosystem and space to be favorable to this exercise, because it is very hard to anchor an assessment culture and an evidence-based culture in that realm, and in order to develop policies, to reassess them and to implement them. So thank you very much, Mr. Lenawi. And I would like to thank you for this task to be carried out in excellent conditions, and thanks for all the connections recognized, of course, and which helped to develop the Policy Center. Thank you very much, Mr. Karim El Ainawi, and thanks to your teams as well. Of course, I'd like to further thank all the teams that spared efforts to guarantee the success of this seminar at the level of JPAL and EPoD. So without them, of course, we would never have reached or identified some issues or reached a level of analysis in our public policies, which anyways are going to be beneficial to all the other sectors. So this is why this approach is not only limited to employment. There are other sectors impacted. I believe that even preschooler is something that is part of our research topic, so it will be beneficial to all. As far as we are concerned in MCA-Morocco, as you know, we are now at 9 months of the closing and dissolution of the agency until the teams disappear. So we are very proud and happy to see that we still have this anchoring that shall enable the sustainability of these actions. It is a culture that's been installed, and we cannot achieve that just in 1 or 2 years. It's a project that takes many years to bring its fruits, but I'm very happy to see that there was a very good beginning observed, and competences, skills have been developed, and I can see there's a genuine interest from public policies to adopt these principles and to apply them, and it will only be beneficial to our country. Then, as the minister said, and he said so many things and so well that I do not feel very at ease by sharing the few small ideas that I have to share with you. But thanks to all the people who benefited and for the contributions for this project. If there's anything we can do, please share with us your thoughts, share with the partners. Thanks to the people from the World Bank who are present here today. Thank you for this initiative, and you are a long-term partner of Morocco. And I believe that we will develop lots of things and multiply these achievements in the future. Thank you very much, and I wish you a lot of success for this workshop and anything that will come up in the future. Normally, I'd like to invite Mr. Karim El Ainawi, Managing Director of the Policy Center for New South. Good morning to everyone and welcome, dear Minister. Thank you for your words of support, dear friends from the MCC, from the lab, from the Ministry and the World Bank. I'd like to associate to what's been said before. I will not add any more words, but I'd like to share what's been said by the minister, and I think it's very important that he's sensitive to those issues and his personal pathway. He's demonstrated that we are passionate by the same things. And why did we join the same project? It's because of the nexus between science, public policies, and people. But, this must be connected between theory and practice. Like, theory is policy and practice is the real life. So sometimes science is far away from public policies, fundamental sciences, even if they are fundamentally involved into the very, very fabric of life. But sometimes we're quite distant from the realities of the field. Now, public policies, we can manufacture them, and we have to look at the concrete impact they have on individuals, and let us recognize it is not easy. It's a very complex thing to do, and we tend to downsize. Of course, it's not the case of everyone, but like the minister said, we need to be aware of how hard it is. It is not something easy, and whenever something's hard, you need to get organized. You can't, be treated and left in the corner of a table. You need a long-term investment, but also you need to get trained, you need individuals. And from the outset, that's what I said to Malika. I don't know where she is now, I've lost her. She's lost of sight, but that's what I was saying to my friends of JPAL. We're only interested in this project as long as it's sustainable, as long as it's going to carry babies here in Morocco and bring about a generation of specialists in the field of quantity-based assessments of public policies. That's not only what we do together that matters, and that will be a contribution to public policies. There are lots of other disciplines involved. And I'm speaking as an economist casting a vision on these questions. There are also people from polytechnics and people who can look at comportment of behavioral sciences. The standpoint of philosophers and sociologists is also important, and in particular, the minister mentioned the perspectives, the life projects of people. Economy is part of an answer, but it's only a partial answer. So we need to be modest, we need to be patient, we need to really work hardly and tediously, and we need to forge a culture. And a culture can only be replaced by another culture. And now you will agree with me, dear minister, that you might be an exception, but whenever in an administration we hear evaluation, assessment, people start trembling. We have to recognize it. People start shivering, and I've lived that. I've seen it. And this is how people react. They're like, oh, what's going on? They get like, what's going on? But, there's this culture. You need to be able to accept that. And this is a culture we need to make evolve with regard to evaluations. And this should lead us to the next nexus. There's not a solution that is one size fits all. There are different parameters, conditions, preconditions, hypotheses, context, etc., etc. So whenever there's a need for being extremely explanatory, and I think, dear Minister, you agree on that, when you're a moderator, when you can facilitate a new culture, when you can put people at ease, it's a very good starting point if you generate empathy. And I believe that we have to work on that. We have to make it last. But sometimes when we make things last, we lose them in management. We believe that if we keep things as they are, they end up choking. If you want to let something last for long, you have to let it take its own life. You have to let it escape you. And this is what has now permeated the administration. Some departments have approached us with regard to questions of nudges, etc. But when you look at nudges, you have to look at the Obama experience. There are, pros and cons. We shouldn't be just following the trend because it's fashionable now. But as far as we are in Morocco, we need to look at our specificities, qualities, our faults, what corresponds to us. It shouldn't be something suspended in the air, like an offshore thing that will then disappear. One of our strengths in Morocco, and I believe that this is also what forges its very nature and character, and this is why we are singular, we are specific. It is our capacity to talk about anything. We are like generalists. We are open-minded, we are quite tolerant, and we accept any kinds of discussions. This should be a strength. We need to nurture that, because these projects would not be possible in other environments. because they would bring up other ideas, they would do something else, but that's what we need to work on together. You can confide in our commitment, and sometimes we have to cast our looks down to the populations in the field. We need to talk to people, we need an outreach approach, and see how we can build that link, infiltrate that within all ministries, make people at ease with regard to data. We need to have people understand that data is a very hard topic, and it was very hard in our project. You need to understand that we are there to support you in the project, but with regard to data, how hard is that for us, dear Minister? There's a real issue here. I mean, it's not a big drama, but you need to do something about that. If you don't give data to scientists, it's like if you don't give fuel to a truck driver. If he doesn't have any fuel, well, he can't do anything. He's going to stay at home. And you need to build new data. The minister told us about new projects, new things that have been achieved. But as a matter of fact, how can we put everyone at ease? The idea of assessing someone is not to judge someone, is not to sanction someone, it's to create a loop that is going to be virtuous. It's going to get better and better. There's no solution that can work anytime or forever. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And if it doesn't, you have to understand why it doesn't, and then move on to something else. That's the kind of momentum you have to abide by. In our constitution, we do have contents, articles that are fundamental where the public policies are mentioned. It stems from the parliament, etc., the role of the government. It's a quite vanguardist way of seeing public powers. The constitution is quite modern, so the scope is sufficiently wide to express ourselves. And I believe that this was the exercise initiated by His Majesty about the new development model, is to create a space for dialogue, but everybody has to, collect oneself, because everyone has to fulfill his own duty or responsibility, and the MCC contribution in its mindset is formidable, with the contribution to development of Morocco, and I want this to come to its term and start again. It is not just an entitlement. We need to raise the question, what works and what doesn't. One of the criteria we've set at the policy sector that could be failures, that everything would fall down like a house of cards, and it would be the end. But I'm happy to be part of this, and I've been warmed up by the words of His Excellency the Minister, and I hope that now we will keep on putting our energy and resources together for this project. Excellent seminar to all of you. We will be expected for what will come next, inshallah. The new interesting ideas will come, and these will be questions regarding innovation, etc. So thank you all, and talk to you very soon.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm now going to call on Mr. Yasko Henschel for the Maghreb and Malta in the World Bank.
Merci beaucoup, Florence.
Thank you very much, Florencia. Dear Minister, Excellency, dear DG, Mr. Director General of ANAPAC, my very dear colleagues and members of the governments and the university, a real pleasure to be here with you. For us at the World Bank, very, very delighted to be involved in this seminar today. With all of the process of Employment Lab, and the support and the assessment of the activities undertaken in Morocco. You all said, my very dear colleagues before me, on the very theme of youth employment, as well as this assessment culture, and you've already mentioned that data. I think that there is no more important topic for Morocco Then the economic inclusion and the youth employment. We have the figures showing the reduction of the participation of women on the labor market, and there are very few countries that have had that decrease. The unemployment of youth. We all have the figures and the data, but I think, Mr. Minister, you have put forth the immaterial, the confidence, the trust, which is very, very closely knit and depending on this economic inclusion, this immaterial aspect and this trust. This is why the new development model has put and enshrined the youth employment as one of the core challenges, central challenges for the development of Morocco. Looking at the Arab barometer figures mentioning 70% of young persons between 18 and 24 who are saying that they want to leave the country. This is a major challenge. On the World Bank side, we have conducted a survey over the last months on the trust in Morocco. And this that was conducted by a think tank, and you at the Policy Center, you also have written on it. This is a 6,000 household sample, and one can also look at the micro level, the correlations of the international trust, and hence this shows that the youth, and most specifically young women, have an institutional trust, the lowest institutional trust compared to the other groups. By way of example, looking at a representative sample, let's say a man aged 21 to 24, the trust is 81% in the state's institutions. For women aged 20 to 24, this trust level is 46% only, and a sizable chunk of this trust stems from the economic inclusion and employment, as you also put it, Mr. Minister. And I think that all of the program that Employment Lab is doing in its assessment is something of absolute necessity to see whether there are also tracks and paths for that inclusion. But you also put it, Mr. Minister, the future of the youth employment hinges on the growth of SMEs, small and medium enterprises in the private sector. Let's now look at the distribution or breakdown of the companies in Morocco. We can see the missing middle that we have is there in many countries, but the formalization and the growth of the small enterprises is the missing link, and this is the sustainable employments can really be created. And I think that one of the themes, apart from having the active employment policies for the Employment Lab, of course, would be why can't small companies and businesses invest? Why cannot have the dynamics that we can see in East Asia? Is it competition? Is it because there are oligopolistic markets that hamper these small businesses? Is it the management? Is it entrepreneurship in these companies? So this is, for me, one of the most important questions for the future of this aspect. Second point on the assessment, as you have also mentioned it, Karim, you have talked about sustainability. Malika, you've also talked about this ecosystem. And I think that for the formulation of public policies in the long term, this assessment culture is key to that. So what does the Employment Lab do with the MCC and the MCA support? For me, this is the very core of development, of the training, of the policies. In fact, a part of the culture of this in Argentina, where it was before started back, Florencia helped me on this, back in the 95. Yeah, when the household surveys were really led and conducted to make an analysis. And one of the programs that was a trigger of this assessment culture was the Nasser program, which was the increase of coverage of the health insurance, and which have had, Paul Garrett knows the whole assessment machine, quote unquote, but it was a trigger for me, because with the data collection, with the assessment, with the seminars being held, etc., we really changed the way in which we, and think tanks and the university, the academia also had really gotten involved in the formation of the public policies. And I think we do also have some seeds, graines, monsieur. Yeah, we have seeds. We have very important seeds here. But in order to really establish this culture, we need to collect, of course, these. Now, and the last point for me is data. For me, assessment is one part. And the other part relates to democratization of access to data. If we do assessment and evaluation, it means that we want to have open data that anyone can use, open source data that anyone can check as to whether the assessments have been done, but also conduct other surveys. This really leads to the assessment and evaluation culture. And Karim, you've also referred to that. There again lies a very, very big challenge here in that respect in Morocco. Up until today, we do not have access to employment studies about the income and salaries. So this is the basic need for assessments and analysis on the labor market. So this is one of the challenges for me. This also, as I said earlier, on the companies and corporations. Now, what lacks in Morocco are data on the productivity of companies, but also in a panel fashion whereby we can follow the different companies over time, and that will help really enshrining that assessment culture. So for me, for us, the World Bank, we are very, very happy to associate it with this initiative. A very Godspeed and very fruitful seminar works for us. Thank you. Thank you very much, Iasko. Thank you. And also to set a parallel between Morocco and Argentina, given that I'm Argentinian also, and it's good to see that we may have a similar approach that we are now setting up in Morocco. I'm now going to call on Madam Ramahana. She is the chief of the East Studies in Harvard. Également, she's also the scientific coordinator for employment.
Thank you so much for everyone being here today, for the minister, for our partners from MCA and MCC, and our partners here at the Policy Center and the World Bank. I'm going to dig right into my talk, but I just first want to say how excited I was to hear all of the talks this morning, to see the excitement and the leadership around thinking how we can incorporate scientific evidence and data into the improvement into labor markets. And with such great leaders, I really feel like we're going to improve this and make this happen. And so thank you all for all of your leadership. So today, I want to talk a little bit about who we are and why we're here today and what are the goals of this session. So as I said, today I'm going to start a little bit with a discussion of who we are. This is okay. We are the Morocco Employment Lab, and the idea is that we really want to think about how can we bring in a scientific approach, data and analysis to really understand the impact of programs and policies and really making sure that they're improving the labor market environment, helping to generate employment, and really thinking about what can we do to make sure firms are getting the workers they need and the market is matching and so forth. And so we're really excited about trying to bring this in. And this is a partnership of many people, many of whom are here in this room. It's a collaboration between several educational institutes, including JPAL at MIT, Evidence for Policy Design at the Harvard Kennedy School, generous support from MCA and MCC, and also our host partners at the Policy Center for the New South. And we thank you all for all of your collaboration. So we have an approach to how we work that I would like to just very quickly outline. I think the first part of our approach is really the problem diagnoses. And as the minister eloquently said in his talk this morning, the first thing we really need to do is understand the challenges and needs of the people we want to serve and help. We want to understand what are the hiring needs of firms. We want to understand why are they having trouble finding the kind of employees they need. We want to understand from the youth, the side of the youth and side of women and others, of what are the kind of jobs that they're looking for? What are the challenges they have in achieving what they would like to achieve and to do the best that they can? And so we spend a lot of time first taking cutting edge techniques and frameworks for thinking through the problem diagnoses and the qualitative approach. The second thing we do is then we work with organizations to look at what are the actual impacts of the programs and policies. And again, this is really what we have already discussed this morning, thinking about what are the benefits of the program. Is it really having impacts on the labor market? But also, what are the costs? And can we be using our funding better? And can we improve the kind of programs and policies we have and even have a greater impact than we have already? And then the next component is really, we want to not just do research for research's sake. I think all of us, including myself, that's not why I'm here. I want the research to have policy impact. And so then it's very important that the results are out there, that they're transparent, as our colleagues from the World Bank talked about, making sure that the data and the results are available to everybody. But at the same time, we know it is very intimidating to hear words like evaluation and data and analysis. And so for us, and particularly for me as a professor, as a teacher, I think we need to think about building trust through education, through helping people understand how the tools can be useful for them, to think about how the tools can be used in their decision making, to understand the frameworks that we're using, the data techniques that we're using, so that to see where the results are generated, to see to be able to debate them and understand them, and to use them in the day-to-day activities in terms of trying to think about policy improvement. And so for all of us, this whole chain is very important, and so we try to hit all the different components. So just to describe how we hit all the components, and one thing that we do is we have worked on a number of collaborations that we're building with many partners, many of whom are here in the room, where we're trying to actually build in impact evaluations into different programs and policies, including work on e-prospection and work on youth training for youth. At the same time, we're working on further incubating newer projects based on a lot of the learning that has come up from the first phase of the study. The next part of this is, as I said, we want to build trust in the methodologies, because we don't want it to be intimidating. We want everybody to be able to use the methodologies. We want everybody to be able to think about data and to use it in decision making. And so we have a wide range of training courses. From some of the training courses are about thinking about broader leadership around using data in your organization, to actually doing the day-to-day evaluations through randomized controlled trials and other data analysis. And so our training courses really span the spectrum to try to help find the right kind of information for everybody in terms of using these techniques. As I said, it's also for us very, very important that it's not just that we're generating the research on our own, but we know that there is a lot of research out there, and we want to make sure the best research, the most useful research, gets into the hands of everyone. So I think another thing that's been very important for us has been to have research seminars, bringing in some of the leading labor economists to come and discuss different projects and programs from other settings that we think will be useful for the Moroccan context. And so, for example, one of the ones we've had very recently that we're very excited about is Professor Kate Orkin coming and talking about this work on job search and hiring when there's limited information on worker skills. She's put together a very nice toolkit that we're hoping can also be useful here in the Moroccan context. Okay. So just to to move away from who we are and what we've been doing over the last 2.5 years, to really talk about what are we doing here today, why are we here today. So today, as I said, myself, I feel like I don't want to do research just for research's sake, but really thinking about research and how it can be actionable and used for policy. And so, part of that is through today's evidence sharing seminar. Part of that will be as the studies progress, we hope to hold future events where we get the results of the study so that everybody can discuss and think about how we move forward with them in terms of policy. And then again, we have a wonderful team here at MEL. And if there's any opportunities that we can help with gathering evidence and information for people, discussions on policy frameworks, you should feel free to just reach out to us because we really are excited to engage on these topics and to help any way that we can. Okay. So today's evidence sharing seminar is on youth inclusion. And I should note, again, this is really a collaboration between 5 institutions, the MCA-Morocco, the National Observatory of Labor Markets, the World Bank Morocco Office, the Policy Center of the New South, and the Employment Lab. The goal of the evidence is fourfold. First, we want to really think hard and identify policy priorities and the evidence gap. And so this way, we really, as I said, part of the main issue is really diagnosing the problems to try to then think about how data can be useful. The second is we'd like to share evidence, particularly from the global research base, that helps to think about how can we inform policy for better youth economic inclusion in Morocco. And here I'm really excited to hear our panels as they debate the global evidence and think what could be useful in the current context. The next goal of the seminar and the panels today is to really think about then how can we build more local grown information and impact evaluations here in Morocco? How can we think about then experimenting, piloting with different policies and techniques to really learn what's best and really identifying opportunities for innovation? And then finally, as I've said, part of all of this is that it was really thinking about how do we build capacity, and it would be nice to also have discussion on this as well, of how do we further build capacity for data and the scientific approach within Morocco. Okay, so I know I'm probably going over time, so I'm gonna, am I okay? I think we're all here because we know that the economy has not generated enough jobs to increase the working age population. This is a concern in Morocco, this is a concern in many countries, and so this is why it is the #1 topic facing labor markets, and so that's why I think we're very keen to discuss today. And I'm gonna, skip ahead here. Okay. So through consultations, we decided to focus on 3 sub-themes. The first panel that we're gonna hear from today is gonna be on youth skills and on training programs. The second, and again, all of these panels are interconnected in terms of the topic, but we're trying to break it down into pieces that are more manageable. The second topic of the panel today is on job search assistance and the transition into the labor market. And then the final topic is really thinking not just about job matching, but also about job creation. How do we create employment? Is it through wage subsidies? Is it through public works program? How can we encourage entrepreneurship? And so as I said, through all of this, we'll be reviewing the global evidence and then also coming up with ideas about ways to innovate within the Morocco context based on the evidence, and really thinking through how do we then generate new information and data to address these problems. Now, this is not an isolated event. This was, we've been building up to this workshop through a series of consultations on the topic. So the first thing we did was we brought together a report that documents the global evidence on each of these topics, as well as a little bit of a diagnosis about the Moroccan context and where the global evidence might fit in. The next part of this was to have a workshop with different partners, with key stakeholders on the different topics to debate and to really think about what are the important issues that we should be talking about as we're moving forward, and to really start this process, not just today, but start the process of trying to innovate within programs and policies. And that's leading us up to the workshop today. And so part of what we will be doing in the sessions is also telling you a little bit about what we learned in the workshops, and where do we see it heading as we move forward. As I said, this was really a collaboration with many institutions, and I must say, we know everyone is very busy, and we know, it's also been a challenging 2 years, but we really thank everybody for their time, because the only way we're going to try to address these really big, really important issues is really by coming together and having the tough discussions and having the debates and really trying to think about how can we innovate, how can we pilot and experiment and test and try out new things in terms of improving the functioning of labor markets. Okay. So on that note, on that note, as I said, we have 3 panels today. I'm so excited to hear the panels myself, so I don't want to take up too much time, and I want to jump right in it. So I'm going to introduce to you, back to you, Florencia, who is going to kick us off for the first panel on youth skills and training. So thank you all for being here again, and thank you again for our distinguished speakers of the first session. I always say thank you.
Dans ces panels, nous allons discuter des programmes qui visent à améliorer
about the programs that can improve the competencies of young persons who are asking for jobs. These panels
Attendez. Peut-être que quelqu'un pourrait m'aider.
Can someone help me?
C'est bon? Ah, ok. Parfait.
Perfect, thank you. It takes a little moment before. Okay, this panel is based on the conclusions of the round table, and the panel including, of course, the organizations and 3 key institutions in the field of training. I would like and really thank the OFPPT, Morocco, as well as the National Body for Evaluation and Education for Employment, who have really supported us and very generously with their time in the thought on these very topics. Really, everyone, as Emma said, is very busy, but still we have been able, for each of the 3 panels, the participation of the institutions that is really key for each of the subtopics we are going to talk about today. Now, I'm going to start with a general overview, because later on I'm going to give the floor to the panelists, which the first part of which is going to be related to sharing the lessons. What have we learned from the international evidence that exists? And after that, also talk about some of the topics that we've discussed during the panel. And it's only an overview, a brief presentation, before we give the floor to the panelists who are going to go deeper in some of these aspects. So, what did we learn from the research that have been conducted on training programs? And as I said, this is quite general what I'm going to say, but this is only to trigger the discussions. We know that the program of trainings are really used to improve the inclusion of youth, and Morocco is certainly no exception. This is one of the types of policies for the responses from policies that are most frequent. We also know that there have been a lot of research works led around this program, and the training programs are assessed in very different contexts, and also modalities of trainings that are really being assessed that are quite different. But despite the popularity, what the existing studies have shown is that these training programs, and here we're talking of all types of trainings combined, after that we will be able to really make a difference of the training. All in all, on average, they have effects that we can consider as modest, moderate, or ambiguous, quote unquote, on the indicators of the labor market. This is the first lesson that we get when we do a review of all of the existing literature that study and all of these activities leading to training programs. There is a second datum that we have noted through these research work, is that the programs are really sensitive in the access of the programs that we are evaluating, and are very sensitive to the details of its implementation. In other words, we can have programs that we think they are similar, but at the end of the day, it is the small details as to how we put in place a program versus another that could lead to differing results. That will certainly be a component which will beg for in-depth work during the discussions of our today's panel. And one last element, also important, is the cost of this program. These are quite hefty or quite costly programs, and very, very often these programs do not hold the cost efficiency analysis. These are programs that in general have a low profitability. Now, in light of these findings, an important point here to mention is that, rightly so, we do need to conduct additional research to be able to identify the exact improvements or the components among these large group of programs on which we've worked that could be brought to the existing training programs to make it more efficient. There has been a lot of research works conducted, but there's still lacks. Among these training programs, we need to know what are the aspects, the components that ensure or not the success of such types of programs. And this will be the objective of this first panel, i.e. to be able to identify together the improvements of the efficiency of such types of programs. But still, there are some outcomes that are encouraging in the literature. It's not only bad news. There is, for instance, a model that seems to me promising are the programs combining the tabletop exercises with on-job training. But because when we see the results of the literature, we see that this type of program showcases a certain number of success on the result in terms of job creation over the medium as well as long terms. But there's also training programs combining cognitive and non-cognitive knowledge that have proven the most promising, encouraging results. There is also, starting from what we have noted when we look at the existing literature, there are some aspects that seem to be promising, and rightly so, seem to be fields whereupon additional research would be good, but there aren't yet enough research works that have studied the effect of the quality of the programs thus offered. Hence, one can think of testing the quality of the program and the training curricula proper. This is a first aspect. Then, another aspect. That is, through these training programs, we are keen on having the youth find a first job for a good experience on the labor market, but we really would like that this insertion on the marketplace may be as long as possible over time. And it is also necessary to conduct additional research that would study the long-term effects of the training programs. We don't have yet enough evidence on the longer term. There's also another element that emerges from the literature whereby everything having to do with the competence. Some studies are very, very promising. We are providing youth with the means to be able to communicate on the skills that they have gotten. Because, as we all know, it's not only we don't only want the young person, the youth, to acquire this competence and skills, but also we would like them to really see them really use it on a labor market, so that there will be a sustainable effect, not only for a first job, but something they can acquire and use all over their professional development path. Now, as I've said, I have given you a brief overview that we get from the research work being analyzed, but there are already results that are going to be discussed, debated, and outcomes also that are striking versus what we expect when we conduct such programs. What I now would like to share with you is rightly the fact that around these experiences, we have held a panel discussions with the partners that I've mentioned, and it was a very rich session and panel that have mentioned and talked about several types of training where several ideas have been exchanged between the participants. These discussions have centered during the roundtable on two types of training programs, what is being called the on-the-job training, that can have also differences between learning, apprenticeship, etc. Salaries that can vary, and also the soft skill training. In other words, we've discussed with our partners, and the discussion has abounded naturally towards these two types of training. A first vision, which was quite shared between the participants, is the in company either or maybe not attractive enough, and that we can see from the youth but also companies. And one may think that one of the effects that we can find at the program, when we see that there is quite a large number of training programs that do not have positive results, maybe the reason for that would be that the program did not really correspond to the needs of the employers, that there is some work to do.
So there's still work to do to get closer to the types of trainings that are to be developed and what employees and young people need. But also what we should look at is how to line up the contents of the trainings or the trainings given by companies. There are lots of data work to do around that in order to reconcile both parties, and how to use the impact assessment in order to test such innovations and know how this could be a solution and to increase the efficiency of the programs. There's also an idea about the implementation of corporate labeling company in order to identify those that are most likely to welcome trainees and provide a good learning environment. This is something we haven't put in place in Morocco yet, but we understand it would be a good idea to think in the long run. Also, the idea to favor the world, the corporate world, early during their scholar training, not start with the secondary cycle, but for example, internships at the end of short course. We could encourage this discovery for young people to discover the business world throughout these kinds of internships. There's also another kind of initiative, and there's a sort of an agreement with the people we've worked with. We realized that there was a shortage of these competences in Morocco. So this could be one of the reasons that explains how young people could be limited in their search for a job today. So we decided to work on the kind of programs we could test that could work, and what kinds of programs are to be recommended. Two aspects have been recommended. The first one is really the difficulty to develop some soft skill quality programs with the good people, the good trainers that could provide those kinds of trainings. And there's also the idea to introduce these kinds of trainings during the educational time, not whenever they have graduated already, and work early on that aspect for the training of young people, because they will be more motivated to embrace the labor market at the end of their education. I hope that this was interesting. And now, as I was saying, it was a general presentation, but the idea was really to share a few elements with you, elements that could be used during our discussions. And I have now the pleasure to pass the floor to Bruno Crépon. I believe that we still haven't introduced him. It's the scientific co-director of the employment. He's a professor of economy in MCA and in polytechnics, and he would be the moderator of this first panel. Thank you very much. Ahmed El-Sayed, Senior Researcher, Institute of Labor Economics. I don't know if everybody's aware that we have interpretation headsets. I haven't seen a lot of people wearing those headsets, but you have to bear in mind that there will be an intervention of one of the panelists in English. So if you want to have access to interpretation, could we bring them the headsets? Well, if you need to listen to the translation right now, go to the reception, because we need to ask you to wear this headset. So let's take a couple of minutes so that people have time to come and go.
le sujet. On a réuni un panel.
We gathered a panel to which we are going to ask a few questions, and in the mindset of the Employment Lab project, we gathered a few researchers and people involved in the development of job insertion programs. So I'm going to head towards my guests now. Thank you first for accepting my invitation. In this panel we have Ahmed El Said, Senior Researcher at the Institute of Labor Economics, and a future Director of JPAL MENA, Swed Alouzi, Director of Training at the Office of Vocational Training and Work Promotion, at Huda Bakarat, Chief Executive Officer at the Education for Employment. I will start with Ahmed. We know that training programs have ambiguous results. This is what Florencia showed us. Sometimes these are success stories, but sometimes big failures. So the question we would like to ask you is, based on your experience, what are the characteristics of these programs that make them become successful, and what publics are best suited to benefit from such programs?
Invitation, and Florencia, of course, Rima, and everyone for organizing this. It's a great pleasure to be here today with you. To answer your question, I think just to repeat a little bit of what Florencia said in terms of vocational skills training and being like a very commonly used tool to address youth unemployment across the world. So the common belief / rationale behind this tool is there's high demand for skills on the side of firms, right? But this demand for skills is not met by young people, youth do not have these skills, and we need to provide them with the skills through the training. This explains why these training programs come in different shapes, different content, and different topics and different contexts. However, as Florencia explained, on average, the effect of these programs is rather modest. And modest actually is kind of like a nice word, because according to studies, a recent study in 2017 by David McKenzie, who has been writing a lot about this topic, he revised several interventions, skills training interventions, and showed that for 100 people, if they are offered this, on average 2 to 3 people would be employed in jobs that haven't been employed otherwise. So actually it's really tiny in terms of impact. However, there are some exceptions, success stories behind this. As I mentioned, this is just like an average, and averages, as usual, hide a lot of variation, right? So what I'm going to show today, it's like I'm going to discuss with you a couple of examples of successful stories of training interventions, and then we try to think together about what's common among those and what made them successful compared to other programs. So one of the studies, for example, took place in Kenya, 2015, and this one targeted young unemployed people who were aged between 15 to 29, and provided a combination of in-class training plus on-the-job training, 3 months each, so a total of 6 months, which was super intensive, and was provided by high-quality trainers. So what the researchers found, based on randomized evaluation of this program, is employment increased by more than 15%, and most of the impact is coming from women and older-aged men, right? So this is one example. The second one, which is more recent, took place just before COVID, took place in Uganda, and it was pretty much technical training. So it was kind of like an intervention where they provided technical training for a group, another group received on-the-job training, and the third group was a control group, just to compare the outcome among the three. What they found is the 2 treatment arms, both were super successful in terms of finding jobs and increased earnings. compared to the control group. There was a little bit of difference on the long term. So those who received vocational training were more successful on the longer term in terms of like keeping jobs. But in general, both training interventions were extremely successful. This has been running for 6 months, this intervention, and also was provided by high quality training providers. So these two programs suggest that if the training interventions are properly administered and provided by high quality providers, they could be like a successful tool, right? However, we are still lacking scientific evidence about the quality, the effect of the quality of the intervention. So this is pretty much suggestive evidence, right? But it tells a lot that, you know, we cannot just like reject skills training simply because on average there's modest impact. Rather, actually, if we focus on the details of this and provide people with high quality training, there could be positive impact. The third example comes from the MENA region, which is in Egypt, which is like a context quite similar, or the closest, I would say, to Morocco. So this one was pretty much recent. It took place after the Arab Spring Revolution in Egypt. It was a program that's funded by the EU, the European Union, administered by the World Bank. And we ran this experiment at JPAL MENA together with our partners in the government, mainly MES-MEDA, which is Micro and Small Medium Enterprise Development Agency in the country, in Egypt. So the idea behind this program was pretty much the name of the program was Emergency Employment Initiative, to try to help young Egyptians during the political turmoil and during the economic instability that took place right after the Arab Spring to find jobs, because unemployment rates were very high, especially among women. And the idea was like, let's try several things. And the two things that we tried in this evaluation was to, in one arm, to focus on wage employment by providing people with skills training plus matching in terms of like, you know, matching them with employers who are looking for jobs. And the second one, this part of the experiment took place in Cairo, in the capital. The other part was mainly self-employment taking place in the south of the country in Upper Egypt. What we found there is positive impact, strongly positive impact after just like 1 year, and almost all the impact is coming from women, right, not men. And I was extremely surprised actually when I went to the field myself and like, you know, as part of like focus group discussions before the intervention took place, to find a lot of interest among women in this. Part of the story is like, given the economic situation, a lot of families are, for the first time, willing like for the wife to participate in the labor market and support the family. So all in all, we found positive impact after 1 year of this intervention in terms of employment, income, but also more interestingly, some other social attitudes and attitudes about the future. So for example, intention to migrate decreased significantly for the treated people. And this speaks actually to the point that one of the speakers talked about irregular migration. And actually based on this, we have another experiment, Bruno and I, based on these results, where we study the impact of several interventions, including skills training and providing training to people on the attitudes towards irregular migration, which is like a very important aspect as well. I would like to mention that this program was not as intensive as the ones that I explained in Kenya and Uganda. It was a short time period. It was just like 4 days for personal and life skills training, plus about 6 weeks of on-the-job training, right? So, but the fact that, you know, we're talking about the MENA region, which like people are looking forward to this, and there's a lot of frictions in the market, it gives you like an idea of how like a light touch kind of training could be helpful, right? Now, related to Bruno's question on which groups benefit more. So what we found, generally speaking, across the different studies that go in the direction of evaluating the training programs, we found an average that African countries, compared to like relatively richer countries in the developing world, tend to have positive impact in terms of skills training. Also in MENA, we find that women, as I just explained, women benefit much more. And this is not only the study that I just explained, but also several studies that take place in the country that shows that, whatever you provide in a gender-neutral form, women tend to benefit much more. So why is that? We don't have a clear evidence why exactly this is taking place, but we can speculate about this. So one thing could be the fact that given we are starting with a lower level of female labor force participation, any light touch kind of intervention could be extremely helpful for women, right? For Africa, for example, and poorer countries, we are talking here about labor markets in which a lot of people are suffering from unemployment across the whole distribution of skill. So you have highly skilled people who didn't happen to find a job, and this could be extremely helpful to them. Which is quite different from richer countries. Like for richer countries, those who these programs target are pretty much people who are left behind, right? So in this regard, actually, you don't find a lot of evidence taking place there, which tells a lot of, it gives a lot of hope of how this could be helpful actually in the developing world. The same also applies to women in our region. Like women are disempowered socially and economically, and this kind of interventions could be extremely helpful for them. One thing I would like to finish with is that this impact in the MENA region for women of this kind of skills training programs in Egypt, for example, is a long-term impact. So we returned back to the field 4 years after this, during the COVID crisis in 2020, end of 2020, to collect data, follow up on people who received training and those who didn't receive. And guess what? We found positive impact that's still there for those who received training. So actually this tells you a lot about the sustainability of this kind of intervention. I mean, and this is something actually you don't find in most of these studies. A lot of these studies find an impact, positive impact on a short period of time, and this fades away after a long period of time. So this gives hope, and as Florencia said, actually, we need more evidence, globally speaking, and from our region in particular, in big countries, important countries like Morocco, to teach us more and educate us more and give evidence for policymakers as well. I stop here. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for this very enlightening presentation. I think this shows how the accumulation of these points enable us to draw up a very precise face of the efficiency of these programs and the efficiency of these programs, and it depends on the person we're going to direct ourselves to. And I think it's quite self-evident that results for women are quite important nowadays. I think we tend to find the same kind of results for other surveys carried out, namely in Egypt, where we have a lot of thinking to do. And the study you've mentioned in Kenya, I'd like now, if you don't mind, to direct myself to Suad Aludzi. She's the FPPT director. I'd like to ask her a question. It's about the role of enterprises. Many surveys show that trainings are more efficient whenever they integrate some vocational training aspects and when these companies take part of the training of these youngsters. So how can we encourage companies to get more involved in the training of young people, because sometimes these companies are reluctant to offer jobs where they train people or internships for young people. How can we invite them and encourage them to offer a quality environment for these youngsters to strive? For those who know the economic Moroccan fabric, they will know that this is not an answer that a question that can be easily solved. This has been tackled around many roundtables where we've been discussing the interest of vocational training and alternative vocational training, and we need to look at that as one of the best ways to provide lifelong learning. When we look at the different impact assessment studies, we need to look for quality vocational trainings. There are some positive results and it's quite reassuring, but whenever we talk about alternative vocational trainings where the companies is part and parcel of the training process, in minimum in Morocco 50% of the schedule must be provided within the realm of the company. So it means that the company itself should create the learning conditions. It is not a repetition of tasks, it's how to acquire new skills, and it means that this company has all the conditions in terms of equipment and appropriate pedagogical approach. And this is not easy, as it's been introduced this morning. The Moroccan fabric is made up of very small companies, and they do not have the appropriate conditions to ensure the support and training of these trainees, nor the capacity to welcome a lot of trainees for internships. When Florencia was mentioning the attractiveness of the training program, it is something quite complex. It is not only a training operator that ensures the attractiveness with regard to these programs, but this is going to put to contribution all stakeholders. This training program is conceived with professionals. For those of you who know the pedagogical approach, they will know that there will be a situation analysis, so there will be a contents situation analysis, and these are the axes on which we want to work for the impact assessment, even if now PPT is undergoing a very big restructuring process, and it will take into consideration the share of professionals and their opinion as to different professions that should be created in the short and in the long run. And I will get back to the approach and the training by alternative training model. The fact of restructuring the program will give us the occasion to restructure the schedule that is granted to this vocational training. In the PPT we have different kinds of trainings, and we have what we call the residential training and also alternate training. The residential training also involves some vocational training. This has been reassessed to improve practical skills, but also there are lots of practical things to learn. We know that in Morocco, when we collaborate with a company, acquiring competences can never be something perfect. So we need to slice up programs between the company and the school, but the school is there to guarantee the acquisition of the skills. Whenever we implement the new roadmap, there's a whole work about the restructuring of the offer, the improvement of the quality of training, qualities in terms of restructuring of the different business lines, upgrading the equipment and the structures, also training of trainers and council trainers that ensure the trainings within the realm of companies. So it is very important to ensure dedicated schedules for the good practice and acquisition of skills that shall later be completed by sessions ensured within the realm of companies. So what we want to explain by that is that when the company is the guarantor of the acquisition of competencies, there must be a follow-up within this company, and we have to cope for the divergence between what should be done and what is really being done. What's been also mentioned during this morning is that whenever we talk about the improvement approach and how to motivate companies, there are multiple ways to do so. We have gathered with different federations and confederations such as CGEM to discuss what kind of incentives we could make available for companies to encourage these to welcome more trainees to vocational trainings. Whenever we have a tutor supporting trainees, it means that some time taken from this company, and it's worth money. So there was a whole think tank put together to try and find the right incentives for companies and as a tutor of the training within the company. And Florencia said that there was a labeling system that could be put in place. This labeling system is very fine, but it should enable this company to have some return of investment, because the fact that they are labelized should give them access to special maybe advantages or services that should encourage them to get more involved into alternative training. And it's also been mentioned that the quality of training matters, and there should be also fine-tuning between the training and the education, what is asked by the company in terms of skills. And as a training operator, and I believe that this would be the opinion of all operators, we are all very patient and we are ready to provide this data to the labor market in order to implement some trainings to respond to the needs of these companies. In terms of reliable data, we need to understand the needs of the markets in order to provide us with the appropriate data and analyze them, manage them together, because having data as such is not important if you don't know how to handle it and how to exploit it and transform it into a need, into a profile. It requires a whole process that should be implemented. And of course, not any player can work on his own. We need to work in an ecosystem that will enable us to have sufficient information about the economic fabric. Now, alternative training is not taking place in 100% ideal conditions, standard quality conditions. Having said that, we still have a mode that enables young people to integrate themselves, even with the difficulties that we find to get some quality trainings in the state of the art. Those that follow alternative trainings get better integrated than those with a residential training in general. So it means that the very fact of going towards the company, the corporate world, to get versed with the corporate culture and to be evolving in a professional environment creates added value as such. So in the impact assessment, we need to gather several success conditions. If this is an experiment we want to achieve, we put together some success conditions, and we need to create conditions that are favorable for young people, and we will create motivations for the trainees. This should bring about some positive results compared to what's existing. Everything is relative, but when you put together the right ingredients, you will, of course, obtain the right results. But you also need to optimize your means. I'm talking about OFPPT, but there's not only that. We have 50,000 trainees that are impacted by alternative trainings, and it is not legible when we know about the economic fabric, and we know that there's an asymmetry in terms of the Moroccan territory and the capacity to welcome in each territory. There's some attractiveness work and job that should be developed. It depends on the operator. There's a balancing and fine-tuning optimization task. You need to provide that to a region and take into consideration the welcoming capacity of a company. This is very important, and whenever we talk about 50,000, it means that sometimes we need more than 20,000 tutors ensuring the shadow training of these trainees with 1,500, 400 trainers. So these are important figures that must be taken into account when we talk about quality. It's very important that we consider contextual elements of Moroccan, realm. Also, we need to take into account achievement conditions to achieve this training module. It is a model we want to count on. We should like to develop it even further, but it must be supported by a propitious ecosystem for the improvement of working conditions, and in fine, it must lead to the improvement of youngsters' integration in the Moroccan fabric.
Merci beaucoup pour cette réponse. Moi, je trouve que la...
Thank you very much for your answer. I think that the underlying fundamental question is who is taking ownership of the yield and the performance of education and training. Is the company or is it the person who's being trained? I think that there is a model which is particularly interesting, which is the German model, wherein the learning, in fact, does contribute to create in a given sector to create a pool of workers who are well trained, who are going to be recruited, who are considered to be an available resource for the community. But I think that the thought on this is certainly very enriching. Let me now go to our last speaker, Huda Barakat, who is the General Director, Manager of Education for Employment, E4E. Florencia has insisted and dwelled earlier on the role of soft skills. We have been talking about soft skills again and again on the basis of your work with the youth. I'd like to ask you, Mrs. Barakat, the question as to how do we define soft skills? To teach soft skills, and after that to really measure such soft skills and to allow youth to be able to communicate on such soft skills. Thank you. Thank you. 3-4 questions have been noted. Now, as a matter of fact, soft skills. We need to first start by a definition of soft skills. I know that it's a buzzword. There are many persons talking about this, of training on this soft skills. But I'd like and dwell again on the very definition, which is very important. At the EFE, Employment for Education for Employment, we really understood very quickly that soft skills are key for professional inclusion or economic inclusion, generally speaking. So soft skills are really those skills, behavioral skills. And this goes back to the very person herself, talking about behaviors. My behaviors are not yours, just like yours to other persons here in the room. It does reflect a curricula, a family history that is going to be reflected at a certain time during the economic inclusion. How is that going to be reflected? Through an ease of having meetings, interviews, of presenting one's skills to the employers when we're looking for a job, but also to customers when we are entrepreneur. So defining the soft skill goes finally back to talking about the behavioral skills and competencies that a young person, he or she, has that will allow him, her, to succeed, generally speaking, in her life. There are skills that are cross-cutting, talking about motivation, time management, stress management, emotional intelligence, but there are others that are relative to a trade line or an activity or a business. Talking about industry, for instance. Yeah. Each trade line and activity has its own requirements. And the young person, for example, girl, must develop her skills to increase her possibilities of professional insertion, but a career, because we're not talking about short-term effect here. We're here talking about sustainability. As a civil society organization, as an employer, as academic partners, we can help on the first step, as said in English by a lady in a professional life. But if and when the young person does not showcase that he's apt or she's apt to succeed over time, unfortunately, we're not going to be there to help him or her at that time. Talking about, for example, the front line. The CRM, customer resource management. This is the also management and the processing of claims. How really must keep calm when the client, who is king, is crossed. How to also manage family discussions. But what we've noted, unfortunately, is that we often tend to talk only about young persons directly, but the youth behind them, there are families. And you've put it right earlier, Ahmed. In Egypt, for instance, there has been a craze for women work when the families really accepted that the young girls go out to the labor market. So, of course, talk about and raise the awareness. So it's not only the young person, but the whole ecosystem behind it. Talking about vocational training, there are some trades and businesses that are really in demand. Drivers, for example. But are Moroccan women willing to really work in the transport industry? So there is a whole work of preparation of that should start already at school and quite early enough. Soft skills at the end of the day is very important, but it's too late to talk about it after you have been graduated. We have to really put them in, insert them from the very primary college and university or academic. I hope I have met with your request for defining soft skills. Now, how can we teach? How should we teach soft skills? Our foundation, EPoD, tries to teach the soft skills to job applicants 18 to 35 years of age and looking for a job. So we try and catch up and help them as much as possible. How to teach these soft skills? So it's learning by doing. The way we do it is not an academic system where we teach how to behave, etc. We're going to have role plays. We're going to have we will try to spot the mistakes, the errors, and work thereon. So it depends on every person. We have training modules developed by experts, but which are totally flexible, adaptable, customizable to the population we're supporting. When we are talking to young graduates, we therefore we will be having exercises, for example, for activities that are requiring the graduates, and we can also have non-graduates. Soft skills are necessary for all kinds of populations combined and are required for all kinds of activities. Learn by doing is very important. The role play also is very important, and every person has his own path. First, starting by a self-assessment of a personal assessment of one's own competencies. This is where the person need to really zero in on her or his pitfalls or deficits. If we don't do that, of course, we can help them do a self-assessment, very important at the very beginning, and this is where we will be having a personalized objective for a person, helping them to reach their objective. How to measure? Before the training starts, we distribute a form, self-assessment form, practical one, a self-assessment. And starting from there, we keep these results on their hand, and we do a training, very practical training, hands-on training. At the end of the training, we do another self-assessment form, and the person herself is going to see the difference, and that would cause a trigger, and it is this trigger that we definitely need to have commitment, because our trainings are going to take place in a couple of days, couple of weeks, couple of months, when so allow the budget, but that's very rare. But when that is being done, the young person would have to establish a continuum and would need to want to continue working. Soft skills is quite a vast field. 4 days, 5 days, 2 weeks to cover everything is not possible. What we try and do is to really trigger within the youth that willingness to change so that they continue working by and for themselves, and behind that, underlying that, our E4E is also important. We've developed a program for mentoring for those who really want to raise their capacities or capacity building activities. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Barakat, for this very fascinating response based on motivation, intrinsic motivation, and the experience that we have of evaluating programs for youth. I'm talking about the program that we have evaluated or assessed in France, is that many have been a failure, but the only program that really paid off is the one that exactly was rounded on and based on what you've described. That is to say, based on the intrinsic motivation, the very fact that the persons bearing a project do their own SWOT analysis and be the engine, the vector of the approach. Thank you for your answer. Now we are fortunate enough to have a panel of sterling quality. We would like now to give you the floor in the room, to give you the possibility to ask questions. What question would you like to ask our panel? I think we may have microphones available to you. If you want to speak in a microphone, please do. First question, dear. Well, good afternoon. Hamza Dabar. I am in the education and training sector for the last 12 years in Morocco. I was also I was a director at EFE for the last 5 years. I know, of course, Huda, we've been working together. Now, for me, regardless of our features, I founded a boot camp in training in tech, and we train developers, and after that, of course, we induct them directly in with the employment of a PPT. You have hundreds of subsectors. The EFE, we also know how we all are platforms, we all are bridges, gateways in a certain manner, and that this identity of ecosystem itself or bridge, our challenges are different, but our challenges, regardless of the diversity of what we do, are the same. My question to you is really today on the field. What are the most difficult challenges that we're going to confront and that we'll have to live up to when we know that we're here to create that bridge between highly demanding companies and who do not really need exactly what their needs are, and young persons who unfortunately, regardless of the situation, just freshly graduated or not, are going to be on a skill gap which is going to be humongous. And we're asking them to do miracles, or asking us to do miracles. How do we prioritize the miracle doing? In a microphone, sir? Microphone, interpreters cannot hear you, sir. Les interprètes.
Malheureusement,
unfortunately, we have been a little tight on time. You see, we are going to take several questions, and after that, we will be lump answering. Microphone, please. Interpreters cannot hear. Yeah, Salim Alwi. I am the chair of the Horizon Ouvert at the networks of the Second Chance Schools Network. My question is to Mr. Luzi. Using Mr. Crepon's remark, you've talked about the contribution of companies to training. Indeed, for us, sending students and even pupils in internship, but it's always the same companies again and again accepting those. So how do they contribute to this training, which is being given by NGOs who have very, very few resources and means, who are the trainers for companies? Thank you. Any other question, please? Well, Millennium Al-Din, professor of the Faculty of Economics and Management. I have two questions, one for Mrs. Saada Luzi. Now, pertaining to training, we know for a fact that very few companies pay the tax that is destined to training, 2%, and it's being the case for many years now. Has anything been done to that end? My second question to also Mrs. Huda Barakat. I would like to pay tribute to the EFE work. They're doing extraordinary work in relation to the youth training. I can see that I've been following the work you're doing. And my question is, what is the room for academia, researchers in relation to programs related to training, etc., etc.? Thank you. One very last question. After that, we'll give the floor to the panelists to respond, but we'll have to cut it short. you will always have the possibility during the lunch to continue on the discussion with the members, with the panelists. Because that's Abdel Wahid Al-Janbari. I am from the Moroccan Employers Association, CGEM. I wear another hat of a chair of Najah Al-Jamia, Success for All. We support young, this is an association because we found that the college goers or the school goers, in fact, even before making to the university level of PPT, we have had drop off. So the Minister of National Education would have been a good thing to have the Minister of Education for us and give them models. Some things have not been said. We don't really have models that we cast light on to show that success exists and that we can exist in our country and succeed. Let me now talk about soft skills. As a matter of fact, this is it's not one shot. It's a change of behavior, so it's time consuming process. So it's good if we can accompany young persons to be part of the market. Now, can we train on soft skills, and how? So this is a very good experience yours, but could you please elaborate on this point on the learning by doing, knowing that these are short-term trainings? My second question has to do with the labeling. The training or the internship is very important in training, but the internships are done, unfortunately, haphazardly, quote unquote. We receive, for example, we receive some persons tell us, please, I beg you, just find us a place for 1 month, etc. As I say in Moroccan Arabic, by the way. Well, labeling, how is that going to be made? How are we going to accompany the companies for them to live up to their mission and to be able to make up real competencies that come on the market? Thank you. I'm going to stop here. Microphone. Now, I'd like us to stop your question. Microphone, sir. Interpreters cannot hear. I think everyone is certainly very hungry. Oh, we have another. Yeah. We are not. Yeah. Bread will have to wait. Yeah, please. I think we have shared questions, common questions, including with respect to the challenges to overcome, to face this gap. As you know, His Majesty, the King, may God assist him, over the last recent King's speeches, he's talking about vocational training, the necessity of improving the quality of the vocational training and to reducing the gap between what the schools train in terms of young persons and the job. So we need to have adequate training, but nature abhors vacuum and hence or hates vacuum. So we needed to implement the roadmap under the orientations of or instructions of His Majesty to have a adequacy from training to work. Hence, we need to use our collective intelligence, working with the supervisory ministries, the trainers, the Ministry of Employment, who are contributing to creating a new architecture of training subsectors that are now being restructured. And it's been now the second year in a row that we put up new subsectors in the market. And for the example of hotel industry, the hospitality industry, all of the hospitality and trade management, we've also added a semester, a 6-month term, general culture and cross-cutting culture, general culture. And we know that the OFPPT graduates, we are having figures and data that are proven or evidence. It's an insertion rate of 70%. That we have 30% plus graduates who do not find any job. So these are this is fact-based. We need to work we are aware of the fact that there is a long improvement process that we have to really work on with the different stakeholders. The best way to do it is to do it within the framework of an ecosystem with all of the stakeholders to set up trainings meeting the needs. And according to the last surveys made with employers, among the weak points has to do with the soft skills training, the capacity of the youth to communicate on around these skills. They can technically be very good in their field, but they cannot really market and sell their skills to the employer. And there is a whole concern with the adaptation to the corporate environment. The alternate training represents 70%. 70% of our graduates have not benefited from this kind of training. Hence, a whole work of adaptability, of improving the capacity to evolve once they already are graduate. So this is a field on which we'll have to rework more. Now, I heard the professional and the personal project. Now, we are now working with the interns in such a way as to set up a professional project. But there is a very important point there. They are not there out alone. The intern comes from national education, and every intern coming to us should come with a personal project. One cannot start from scratch. We should have applicants who have already some visibility on the very activity they want to indulge in. And in this framework, we have set up a new orientation guidance process. In the roadmap, there is an early orientation and integrated orientation process or guidance that allow the youth through a test, allowing the youth to better get to know themselves. Through this test, we can only give them the advice for them to choose the right field of study and to also choose the right path for the success. So this is a holistic approach that makes it possible to have a very well thought out selection, training of for the improvement of soft skills, behavioral skills, life skills. Sorry. Everything is being done through learning by doing, and we're also trying to find novel pedagogical means, which is not always easy to find trainers. So we are now improving the maturity level. So anticipating triple anticipation. Only then can we start and continue. Now with the alternate training, how can we improve it? And us as training operator, we organize what we call FPA in French, alternate training. Not all companies know this mode of training and how it's being governed and the underpinning management procedures of this training. We started organizing meetings with federations to explain to them this mode of training, to shed light on the commitments and the advantages, open brackets, that are part of this training model versus finding an internship. This is more difficult. We are now working on 100,000 graduates per annum, if not a little more. And so they really want to find an internship, which is part and parcel of the training process. And here again, we come back again to the partners, to the companies, and in terms of capacities, that meet with the requirements for the we have to therefore work in an ecosystem where everyone participates, and the companies and the corporations should also be part of the training of OPPT and any training operator working on vocational training. The German model is a top model, of course, and we've talked about that with the GIZ within the framework of the part. It's not easy to copy and paste the model, but we are now working within the framework of this partnership to really draw the lessons, to be able to take what can be applied in a Moroccan environment, the system of labeling, recognition, the training of tutors. We're now working on modules of training that are not very committing for the tutors, and also working on really revisiting, overhauling this training. Even in the department, we're looking at the legal paraphernalia or armamentarium for us to be able to really give more value and legal force to, and also is the intern going to keep the label of intern, or soon to be tenured intern. We hope in the meantime to be able to find the appropriate mode with Lab Emploi, whereby an approach would take into consideration the pitfalls, the areas for improvement. I think I've catered for the question. Let me now answer in the order of the questions. First, our mission is bridge the gap. There is a gap between what the employers are looking for. Sometimes it is being disconnected from reality, and sometimes the requirements are do not have a rationale. We may have someone who is a very good proficiency in French, but who is not going to accept the job prerequisites, or another person who has an average French proficiency who would like to get the job, and the company will look for a very high proficiency in French. But when we go beyond the veneer, there is no need to really have that high starting level of French. We can have an average French speaking person. The problem of language is the practice. If we do not practice, we're going to lose that language. So suffice it to have an adaptation period for both. The company a little more patient, and the young person is going to work on their competence, and the matching is going to be done. So there is also awareness raising that we'd like to develop, and we're doing it with our partner companies. We have 300 Morocco-wide, and we are now developing our partner pool. But Mrs. Lucy said it, this is an ecosystem to be created. There are several partners here in today. We have the universities, ANAPAC of EPoD, the companies, the MCA, MCC, all of such partners do have that sole objective, this is to say, the insertion of young persons on the labor market. There are funds, human resources, competencies. All it needs is that the magic has it, and that the synergy be created for the objective to be reached. And we are really fortunate to have CGM with us, the Moroccan Employers Association, to relay the message to companies. Be more patient, be more indulgent, give that first chance, because the person to whom you're going to be giving this first chance is going to be more loyal and faithful than someone else who would have ticked all the boxes and can go on the other skies. So this is the message we're sending to the companies, how to train on the soft skills. For more details, this is practice in practice. The trainer, first, the training will be the ambassador of this learning by doing. So they are going to speak the youth language, the young person's language, to have everyone participate. The training classrooms is not going to be more than 15, 18 for everyone to participate. It is out of the question to teach a 40-person classroom, someone in the back there who is never going to participate. The idea there is to have them talk. Those things that are going to put them ill at ease are the ones that would be most important for us to work on, to really make them more at ease with the employer. Some persons are competent technically, they have all of the ingredients, all of the technical knowledge, but once opposite or before the employer, they cannot market their learning, their skills. They're going to lose all of their possibilities too. This is why this gap is not a gap. It's just an assessment, an appreciation of the competencies, which is going to be done on a 15, 30 minutes, no more, meeting time. And the person is going to have 4 years study and is going to have 15 minutes to prove the proof of concept, the proof of job. So they have to really capture the moment and certainly not miss it out. Now for the involvement of the university professors, let me thank you very much for the question.
And for the ecosystem, you can't work alone, of course. This is an NGO with 17 people. We have been training 67,000 people so far. We do the best we can, but we cannot support all young people. We need to get support from our partners in the PPTs, in universities, and the educational system, national and higher educational systems. So the idea is that we do not abide by fashion or trends, but this should be fully integrated in the educational training from the youngest age. And then we have developed a training code for the reflection about the career after high school graduation. And this is called the graduation progress. And on this cursus, on this training program that we've conceived with the parents and heads of establishments in the region, we decided to create a training model that could be acceptable for everyone and should help students to find a position after they get their high school graduation, and also how to draft a curriculum. And this is very interesting because for the first time in their school education, they're not going to talk about scientific degree or the kind of job they want to do. What are the most forsaken? What is the training they need for this kind of job? So they will think about what they want to do in the future before embracing the secondary educational cycle. So this is something we've started doing, and now we are doing trainings of trainers also in all the academies of education and training, because we want these people to keep on deploying their wings thanks to this vocational training program. And we have several universities. We have PPT as another partner, and we are ready also to do trainings of trainers on our own curriculum. We are not going to give you a one-size-fits-all solution, but we want to build that training with you. We started with the OFPPT with other trainers who will come, and we will listen to their remarks, recommendations. Trainers are much more in contact with young people, and then we will adapt the contents. Once adapted, we organize a second training of trainers. And we will do some supporting sessions to see what is the impact of those trainings with young people. These research trainers are welcome. We have several partnerships with universities, etc. Others are planned, and we will be delighted to count as trainers former researchers who will come and criticize us positively in our modules to keep on adapting them. The modules we had in 2017 were totally different from what we have today because the COVID crisis has totally remolded everything. We had a sales module at the time. Now we have adapted it to online sales, digital marketing, etc. So lots of people now have to learn how to find the best position and how to also get the best skills. We need to renew our methodology as time goes by. So I think it is time now to close this panel. I'd like to thank you all very warmly, and also thank you for this very rich discussion. And I will head over on back to Florencia. Thanks to all the participants of this panel. Thanks for all the job and work we've done together now for a few months. And I hope we will keep on carrying out these assessment projects. Within 5 minutes, we can start with the next panels that will help looking for jobs and transitioning young people into the labor market. We still have 5 minutes if you want to go and grab a coffee and come back. But we want to resume the next panel in 5 minutes, otherwise we will be lagging behind big time, and it will be very hard to wait for lunch. Thank you very much. So go and grab something and come back.
Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon. We're going to start our second session. My name is Iman Fahli, Deputy Director of Lab de l'Emploi, and I would like also on my behalf to thank our panelists for their time and presence, and also thanking our participants and guests for the interest to this given to this thematic, which is a priority for the development of our country. After this morning's panel on educational training of youth, this panel will address the aid or the assistance to job search, which is a crucial step in the path of youth in order to be part of the professional world. As we all know, this step can come up with several obstacles, including the lack of information on the available positions and the high costs relating to job search, such obstacles that the public policies and development programs try to alleviate or eliminate outright. And in order to better understand the ins and outs of these thematics, we did organize a roundtable earlier on. We organized a roundtable panel on these thematic with several public and private partners and civil society organizations and other partners, bilateral partners that we would like to thank and know for their time and for the quality of the exchanges and the debates that we had during the panel discussion. And during that roundtable discussion, we did present the proofs and the evidence of rigorous observation internationally to try and inform the policies and programs in Morocco and inspire new experiments and assessments. And we have also debated on the specificities of such thematics in Morocco. What we are now going to do, after the fashion what we've done during the first session, we're going to present you with some of the conclusions of the international evidence. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to really further go into details, but feel free to ask a question during the Q&A session and touch base with us if you need more. After that, we're going to give you a very, very brief overview of the exchanges that we have had during those panel discussions before forking into the discussion. So this thematic has been the subject of a lot of assessment and evaluation the world over, and the proofs out of these assessments seem to indicate that the elimination of different obstacles to which the youth are confronted, if not are subject on the job market, seem to have a positive impact on employment. What we're going to do is to really give you some general conclusions and outcomes of the international evaluation assessments. There are many thereof, but these ones seem to be very interesting for us in view of the Moroccan context. So maybe one very first conclusion or outcome on this thematic. That is to say, paying for the search prices and the recruitment prices for the youth, job applicants and companies can improve the access of youth to employment. With respect to the cost of search for the youth, it could be, for example, transport costs to go to an employment fair or to also make an application to companies. It can be all kinds of costs pertaining to that. So the cost of recruitment are those having to do with the selection of candidates or job applicants, qualified applicants, sometimes amid hundreds if not thousands of candidacy. So it's quite important costs, and several activities and interventions try to, and if not succeed in alleviating them, and the effects are rather ephemeral, short time, and seem to lessen over time. Now, this is the first quick conclusion. The second take-home message of international assessments is that existing programs did show that the fact of motivating persons and young persons to increase and improve their research through workshops, transfer of money, or through the peer effect can help them to find a job more easily. For instance, by way of example, an assessment in South Africa which encouraged young persons to create an efficient action plan for their job search by break down the tasks, complex tasks, in smaller, more reachable and manageable tasks for the youth. And the assessment of such intervention really did show that it is possible to increase the job offers that they receive later on. This is just an example of programs aiming at motivating young persons to really do more job search and to do the job search better. Also, a lot of youth do not really know how to identify their skills, their competencies, to really showcase them to the employers. So the interventions that have taken on that have been organized on that, have to do with the quality of the employment and the revenues, if not the income. On top of helping these job applicants, they can improve the companies select the candidates for the job applicants. These interventions did also have effect that one can qualify negative or counterproductive for providing to the job applicants more information on their skills would cause them to be a little more selective, more demanding, or that it might also increase their expectations in relation to the job market, to the labor market, which kind of reduces the advantages expected from this kind of intervention. So we have to, I don't want to use the word pervert, but the unexpected effects of such interventions, one must be aware of that. We also wanted to highlight the question of perception by youth. We've kind of talked about it during the first panel, and the young persons, the youth applicants have expectations that really meet with the reality of the labor market, be it in the positive or negative perception. So they have perception of cronyism or nepotism or favoritism that would cause them not to continue doing job, and sometimes they're having perceptions that are more positive than they are in reality. Such interventions that make it possible to provide specific information to these young job applicants, including on the opportunities existing in Morocco or on the average salaries or wages in that market, can help young youth job applicants to have a better idea on their job perspectives. Fact, there are a lot of other insights that we wish to share with you, but unfortunately time is of the essence. Hence, maybe we could also bear with me, talk about what we don't really know of, because many things still need to be further developed and that are sometimes very dependent on the local context. It is also important to systematically sometimes to experiment and to evaluate such elements. For instance, one of the questions that we always raise and ask ourselves is to how to create an optimal set of services for job applications. As you know, there are a lot of programs that try to address these thematics. For example, workshops of resumes, of LinkedIn job applications, subsidies to attend trainings. There's a whole slew and plethora of services that are being provided to the young person. But what is the optimal package to meeting the needs of these persons? And by the way, who are those young persons who use what service? What is the service most useful for what target of youth? As many questions being raised, and one of these questions is how can we use the technology optimally to better manage and meet these needs? Because when we use the technology, there's that trade-off. Sometimes it's a little less efficient, but it's less costly. We can reach out a lot more persons who are not in a position to come. So studying and reviewing these trade-offs is something very interesting and should also be done in Morocco. So we have had a very rich exchange during the panel discussion or roundtable. Only 3 points we're going to share with you. There are many, I think, also. but these seem to us salient enough. The first salient point is the difference. Is the difference between the qualified young job applicants and unskilled or low-skilled. One of the solutions or one of the interventions that we have debated over is the career centers. It is an intervention that was presented as a success nationally and which seems to be a promising solution to orient and to lead the young job applicants to be part of the markets. For the less qualified young persons, they have challenges that are quite different. So what solutions can we also implement to help them have access to the labor market? The second question is, it's self-obvious. Yeah, there are regional disparities because there are also disparities and changes from region to another in terms of demand, labor demand and offers and supply, etc. So much so that we don't know how as yet to meet with that issue and how to really manage these disparities and differences. Is it going to require to make proposals having to do with the accommodation and help you young persons to help them fund their transport costs and fees? How can we meet with these questions of regional disparities? And there has also been a discussion with the effects of movements and mobility when maybe only advantage some persons who are going to capture the employment opportunities that exist, but we do not create more employments. We need to really study this question and to make sure that we take that into account when we set up activities for young job application activities. So there are other elements on the agenda, in other words, how to help persons to better have access to market, labor market, and other elements that I don't have time here to share. So maybe we'll need now to go to the discussion. So I leave it to Bruno, who is going to moderate this panel. Thank you, Iman, for this very clear presentation. As earlier said, to dig deeper in the topic, we have here convened a panel to whom we would like to ask the questions. And according to the same model, we have invited a researcher and personalities and persons who are part of the development and the implementation of the programs. Thank you for having accepted our invitation. With us is Stefano Carrea, who is Professor of Economics in the Warwick University. I'd like to especially thank Stefano because he has had a long trip, getting up very early in the wee hours of the morning. Thank you for having made the effort to partake in the work of our panel. Also, Mohamed Al-Sheikh, the General Manager of the National Agency for the Promotion of Employment and Competencies. We have also Abdelrazak Ben Saga, who is the National Coordinator of the Central Unit of the Career Center, and Wafa Berni Mazwar, the Director General of the Unheard Name Association, because mentioned in Arabic. My question for Stefano is, Iman has talked about different themes that we haven't been able to really touch on between men and women. The strategies and practices and the results of job application or job search. If so, what are they and how can the program be adapted to really account thereof? I now give you the floor and the microphone. C'est en cours, oui.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here, so it was worth to go through all those travel issues. And thank you for the question. So the question is about gender. The differences in the job search style and in the impact of labor market programs between men and women. And I guess in summary, in my response, I will highlight one good news, a potential bad news, and I will have a few words on the way forward. So what I think in my mind is the good news is that all the evidence we've got points to the fact that these job search assistance programs, the type of programs that Iman was talking about in the slides before, so giving subsidies to job search, helping job seekers signal their skills, and so on and so forth, these programs typically work fairly well for women. So that's the good news. Sometimes they work even better for women than for men, sometimes about the same, but there is certainly no evidence out there suggesting that they don't work for women. So that's very good. Why is this the case? Well, I think the answer is quite simple. It's probably because the barriers that these programs are designed to address are very strong for women. These programs are designed to address barriers such as the lack of liquidity, the fact that job seekers don't have enough cash to invest in the search for a good formal job, or the invisibility of job seekers, the fact that it is hard for a young job seeker to signal, to convince the employers of their employability. And these barriers are likely to be very, very, very strong for women, hence it is natural that the programs that we put in place to address these barriers are effective for them. That's the good news. Now, what about the bad news? The bad news is that most, if not the entirety of this evidence comes from countries that are fairly different from Morocco. In particular, it comes from countries where the gender gaps in labor market participation tend to be a lot smaller. So these are countries like Sub-Saharan Africa that actually has very small gaps in participation, some wage gaps, but in participation they have very high participation of females in the labor force, some South America experiments, and so on and so forth. So we do not have an awful lot of evidence in contexts that look similar, just in terms of the broad descriptives of the labor market, countries that look similar to Morocco. There is some ongoing work. Part of this is a project that I've got in Egypt with Bruno, and some work we've been doing in Jordan. Now, these are contexts where we are looking at least descriptively, well, it's the MENA region, first of all, but also descriptively contexts where there are large gaps in participation and very low female employment. So perhaps they are more comparable. And there, the evidence is a bit more mixed. So in Jordan, where we were working with a selected group of job seekers that applied to be part of a job search program, we actually find some positive results of a job matching intervention, something that basically helped job seekers just connect to employers with vacancies, both for national Jordanians as well as for Syrian refugees. And there I'm talking specifically about impacts among the females in the sample. The men benefited too, but there we saw that females did benefit from such interventions. In Egypt, on the other hand, where we are running a trial that has two additional challenges. Challenge number one is we're working with with mothers. So now everyone in the sample has a child, and we know how strong a barrier that can be to participation in the labor market. So one is mothers, and two, we are now working with a representative sample of the population. So we literally sample in neighborhoods without working with a smaller sample that had asked to be placed in a job. Their results are not out yet, so don't quote me, but the quick preview is that it's proving a lot harder to smooth transition in the labor market from these inactive mothers that on paper said yes, at least they were willing to take up employment, but they hadn't done anything active to signal that motivation. And in fact, when we go and offer them either support to find a job or childcare subsidies or both, we're not yet seeing an awful lot of impacts. So this gives me reason to think that perhaps some of the optimism that comes from this body of work that we've done in other countries like Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and so on, perhaps may be unwarranted, perhaps may be a little bit misleading in settings where the hurdles for women are, for the labor market participations may well be stronger. So that was the positive news, the less negative news. So what about the way forward? I suspect that part of the reason why we are struggling a bit more in places like Egypt and to a lesser extent in Jordan is that really constraints, the barriers, pile up and reinforce each other. We have strong evidence of discrimination of employers against female workers. In Egypt, employers openly admit to preferring female candidates over male candidates, the other way around, to preferring male candidates over it was an early flight, sorry. preferring male candidates over female candidates of equal level of competence. In work that I've done in Ghana, for example, with another co-author, again, we found strong biases in the perceptions that employers have of female candidates, even when these are not really born in reality. So they're really biases. So discrimination. On top of it, all of these countries have in common fairly restrictive gender norms, where there may be pressure from some of the families not to work, or at least not to work in certain kind of jobs. The norms can be quite multifaceted. So perhaps work is okay, but work in an environment where you interact with men or strangers on a regular basis, less so. So there are these norms that restrict the number of jobs or the types of jobs that are really available for women. There is harassment, which is very common and is something that also scares women away from the labor market. So there are all these constraints, all these barriers piling up on one another, which mean that a single intervention that addresses a single barrier, perhaps in a context where the barriers are so many, is going to be less effective. And this goes back also to Iman's point in the open questions in the literature. Open question number one is, what's the optimal package? Well, the optimal package, possibly in a context like this, is first of all large or thick. Is going to have a lot of interventions that try to address these multiple constraints. And I guess one potentially promising avenue that has not really been explored so much is to get firms involved. Because of course, job search or in any market really, you have two sides, and here you have the job seekers and the firms. And firms in a sense tend to gain a lot from being able to access this pool of women, especially as female education is improving, this pool of talented, educated, skilled women that potentially could make very good employees. And they're losing money by not creating the conditions for women to join them. So finding ways, financial, motivational, I think really financial probably is the first. So incentivizing women to revise workplace practices so as to make the workplace more female-friendly, more compatible with local norms around female working is probably a promising avenue for the future. So working on both sides of this equation. Of course, ideally we'd want to also tackle the norms themselves, but that's probably a much longer, painstaking process and a trickier one to engage with. But we can work at the level of incentives to at least align incentives both on the job seeker side and the firm side. Thank you, Bruno.
Stefano, de cet exposé si clair et...
Thank you, Stefano, for this very instructive, but I think there is a lot of thinking to what you have said, most particularly on the way in which the results that we have been able to reach in a country can or cannot be transferable to other countries. So what is important is therefore is to ask what are the needs and how to operate, how should an action work, or would it be able to overcome the obstacles that it was deemed to overcome. Thank you, Stefano. And thank you for all of these promising trails and avenues. I now give the floor to Mohammed Ashiq, Director General of ANAPEC, and I'm going to directly go to one of the questions that Iman has asked in her opening word. We know that there is a major disparity between the supply and demand of labor inter and intra-region, inter and intra-sector and industry. There are major imbalances. How, therefore, can we do to overcome this inadequacy? Thank you. Over to you.
No.
It's good. C'est bon. But before answering the question, I'd like first to thank the organizers for this very important seminar. I'd like to touch on ANAPEC by way of introduction. We are a public operator of intermediation and improvement of employability, but also supporting and guiding project bearers and owners. The bulk of our customers Moroccan citizens, young persons. The program that we are implementing, be it active measures for employment, be it employability, or even the guidance to project owners are young persons, maybe less for project owner. Let's say 75 to 80% of job seekers benefiting from the active measures for employment or improving employment are less than 30 years of agers. So this is a thematic which is very, very important for ANAPAC. And there we have also observed some trends, the like of for the active measures for employment, we have less women benefiting, but that remains within a echoing on the gender approach, remains 46.7% for women for active measure for employment, for employability likewise. But for the interviews for the position is the same thing, but for the workshop of job applications, we have more women availing of our services than men. So these were some figures with respect to a structural deficit of creation of jobs, so much so that every year there is about 300K new graduates making it to the labor market. And there are as many, 300K, in non-graduate population after the dropout, school dropout. So even though their number is highest, 500, 600K. A sizable chunk of whom is made of youngsters. ANAPAC has about 250K per annum being inscribed or registered in our databases. We register about 150 position quote-unquote interviews, and we have about 100,000 young job seekers give them possibility to attend to job training programs, which speaks volume about the fact that albeit we are active, the needs from the other side are so big, it's not adequate or enough to meet with the question of territorial disparities. We work according to interprovincial regulation, quote unquote. We've put it to the test for the automobile sector, the region of Tangier Tetouan, and that of Rabat Saleh Khanitra, where we have recruited almost everywhere in Morocco. If you use the Rabat Saleh Khanitra area or region, they did recruit 40% from the Rabat Saleh Khanitra, from the automotive operators, I don't want to mention the names, and 60% from the outside of the RKS or Rabat Khanitra Saleh, from all of Moroccan areas where the economic fabric is relatively weak. This using not state-led measures, but region-led measures. There are regional systems for employment, and hence the regions have contributed to funding the mobility or the transport/accommodation in the city of Khanitra for 1 month, for them to avail of a training and for them to be ready to be recruited. So this is one example of one sector, and our ambition is to streamline this procedure and to generalize it, because as you know, this is what we want to do, and any intermediation operator on the labor market does act in the immediacy. Urgency is there. The investor or the promoter, they want profile here now. If they are Dakhla based in the southern provinces of Morocco and there are human resources, you'll have to go and find that human resource somewhere in Morocco. So we use for that, we draw on and build on our network. We have interprovincial system which has proved its worth. ANAPAC is now 20 years of age, and these are things that we have grown using well. So also add that we work quite a lot with the regions, the regional system for employment, but also with international cooperation. We do have an extensive experience on this economic inclusion of youth question. I can talk about AG program with the Belgian corporation, also with the German cooperation with the World Bank. We also have a project in the Marrakech ASAFI with the Agence Française de Développement AFD, a Sabila in 3 regions project. The objective of such cooperations is to address the question of the rural areas and the applicants from rural areas. ANAPEC, as you know, is provincially located. We don't have provincial presence. Hence, we need to be as close as possible to the rural area dwellers. And often these persons, first, there is no economic fabric. And also there are a lot of needs allocated, etc. The digital is very difficult to introduce the digital infrastructure in those areas. Hence, we do work with these cooperation organizations to have youth employment areas or spaces. The challenge being that in view of the demand, in view of the scope of the territory, is to have a mix between what ANAPEC can do, whose means are all in all limited, and what it can subcontract or farm out to private, to associations within the framework of a result-based financing systems. We should not provide any services or farming out any services to anyone, but those who have a good value added for it to have meanings. So these are things we are working on. And we are also developing our development plan up until 2026. And earlier on, we had a difference between the graduates and the non-graduates. These have nothing to do one with another. These are 2 different worlds. We have a standard offer for the job seekers in the urban area and in those areas where there's a dynamic economic fabric. There's not that much difference between the young men and the young girls in the urban areas. Now then, in the rural area, there are quite a lot of difference, and this stems from the fact that there are differences at the educational level, already access to school, and also the mindset, the culture. But thanks God, I think that, thank godly, in our country, the gap is now getting smaller and smaller between men and women, up to and including with respect to in the rural areas. Now, the standard service offer is one thing, but when we address the needs, this is an offer that has to be revisited, rethought out, and we are working on it in order to integrate a wider, an offer which is more widely addressed to the vulnerable social groups within the needs. And an offer for needs is tantamount to saying we have to have a partnership strategy with employers to spot, first, in view of our data and in light of our data, to really spot, to recognize the job positions that first do not require much qualifications and which have a very high turnover. We need to do this targeting work and follow up on partnership synergy to try to find the right partners. But that is not adequate, sufficient. This is my personal opinion, my conviction. The social vulnerable groups, we have to work with CSO, civil society organizations, we need to have, on the other hand, facing these employers, that we have CSOs that are capable of and who have enough experience, who know quite well these young persons, and who can help us to better guide them, accompany them, to really bring them, make in a sustainable manner with the companies. So this is work that must be done because we have a lot of needs. Indeed, We do interprovincial regulation. We do also international placings. Again, this is an aspect that we are going to increase in our development plan, the international. We have to do more targeting, so much so that we find answers to our youngsters, including to the needs. But when people do not find job, we have to accompany them. They have to find a decent job, and in any case, it's part of our missions, and we give it quite a lot of importance. I'd like to say a word on the digital. Very important. We are now overhauling our information system within the framework of the Millennium Challenge Morocco, MCA. The objective is that the applications, that our sites be more interactive, more proactive, and more dynamic, and that we can ultimately be able to offer more proximity services in the future, closer to youth. This is also an avenue that has to do with the digital transformation of ANAPEC, and whereupon we're now working. Now, coming back to your question, it requires a much more proactive commitment from the elected regions representatives. There has been the end of the term, the elections, and we're now coming back to the earlier situation. The very fact that our country has committed onto an advanced regionalization process with a state-region contract enter into in the phase region, phase McNass, sister cities region. This is going to be generalized, and within the framework of these state-region contracts, work on the regional employment processes. This is something vital, because these are the real missions of the Regional Council. ANAPEC is really working on the public policies, convergence on the territorial level, because the territorialization of this policy of inclusion of young persons is necessary, and because every region has its specificities. It's therefore doubly unavoidable, and it's doubly a must, and one cannot do it without the local authorities and without the regional councils. So this is something of prime importance, and which is at the very core of our 2026 development plan. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. It is impressive to see the diversity of measures that you are implementing, and the detail of the questions that you have identified as being key questions that one has to be able to live up to. This question of interior migration or immigration, we have had quite a lot of results. Something important is the role of information. And as we get such information, because people must make this decision. I live here, I'll have to go in another city, yeah? So we have had results on that. One thing that we are now undertaken in Egypt with Ahmed, and about which he's talked earlier on, is in fact to try and lead the local employment agencies or branches to take them to the villages. In other words, to have persons who can be mobile, they have iPads, terminals, that make it possible to make job applicants with vacant job offers hosted on a platform. The interest here is that this pad and its operator who would be moving. So it means that you are bringing the local employment agencies where the job applicants are. This is interesting for a dense network with very few local branches / agencies. So this is a ramification and an exciting question. Let me now echo back on this. The objective is not to really bring employment to persons. I think that there is a new investment charter in Morocco. It is true that we need to have an economic fabric. It is how it is for historical consideration, and it's, in all countries it's the same. We need to work on non-concentration investment solutions, and all territories be able to have their fair share. But I think that the solution lies in the digital. And here again, it is in the work on motivating young persons for them to accept to travel elsewhere, to make that effort. And that's exactly where the problem lies. People are ready to move, to go elsewhere. But first they have to have perspective and be convinced thereof. I am convinced and persuaded of what you've said. What we try to do in Egypt is to have advisors who move to the villages rather than asking the village dwellers to come where there is a local employment branch. That is to say, providing services directly to the village dwellers. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going now to give the floor to Abdulrazak Ben Saga. You are the National Coordinator of the Central Division of Coordination of these career centers. The question that I would like to ask you is, how can technology be a lever to supporting youth in their job search/research? Thank you, Mr. Crepon. Before meeting with the questions, allow me also to thank the organizers for their invitation to this sharing of knowledge on a topic that gets more and more universal, because the question of economic inclusion over and above the economic considerations and social economic development of each country should be part of a whole thinking process internationally. Now, in relation to your question, the answer is clear. Of course, positively, in the affirmative is the answer. One cannot say today that the technology and the digital, the Director General of ANAPEC has started talking about that. We cannot say that it's not a lever of inclusion in development, skills development and improvement of employability, but also in terms of lever for the creation of economic value. And this is where from this that I will start. For technology, I think today it is not only a lever as a support, but it's a lever for the creation of the economic value, the wealth, the riches, and hence employment. Suffice it to see the craze or the boom of digital economy internationally. If we only limit ourselves to the GAFAs that are more and more states in the state, so much so that today the figures are here to prove that. Let me take 2021. We are around $300 billion of benefits and income from these five GAFA giants, and they are the third economic power after or second to the US and China. This is being even more exacerbated, quote unquote, by a certain number of activities in the labor market today through the imperatives of Industry 4.0. I'm not going to dwell on the literature in terms of jobs evolution and the exercise of the jobs of tomorrow or tomorrow's trade lines, but I would like to stop here on a study that dates back to 2 years just before COVID, a study conducted by McKinsey and published in the Harvard's Review in 2019, and which tackled the question of the automation of activities in a world scale, including Morocco. A figure certainly calls our attention. According to the study, we are having 50.5% of the activities undertaken in Morocco, the jobs exerted in Morocco, that are potentially automatable, positioning-wise. Versus Africa, we come second to Kenya, which has that rate of 51% of automation. And we are ahead of Egypt, Nigeria, and South Africa, and we are on the average of a certain number of developed countries. And also developed countries, including Turkey, Brazil, and developing countries. We are also there with a certain number of countries in the 51% average. All this boils down to saying that for the case of Morocco, in this very international context, but also national background, a certain number of activities that are already promising for the digital are being positioned, are positioning ourselves as promising jobs, everything pertaining to big data processing, cybersecurity, AI, not specific to Morocco. I'm saying it from the outset, but it is truly a huge potentials for our countries. Getting to know the quality of the Moroccan human potential. Now we see, of course, the more and more Moroccans really shining abroad in terms of innovation, and also the creation of value hailing from the digital that offers the possibility to increase the value of scientific research and innovation in the university. I'd like to seize this opportunity to stage a call to the ecosystem, the economic and financial world, to provide their contribution to beneficiating the results of scientific research and innovation in the Moroccan university. The productions are here, the results of research are there. Also, what is lacking is that weak link or missing link in terms of beneficiating the results of the research. Second, perspective in terms of importance of digital and technology more generally has to do with the service offer as related to the job application and the transition. Let me start first with a very important element which is specific to the university and to the training players is the technology contribution in terms of transition or pedagogical transformation. Mrs. Barakat has earlier talked about the difficulty as relates to the development and training to soft skills. And today, no one would deny the contribution of digital being central, not only e-learning related to soft skills, but also in pedagogical approach, the fact of having at the university a certain number of modules, including in the technical and scientific fields, that are provided through innovative, novel curricula, used at a certain number of times, for example, augmented reality, virtual reality, and other trials of technological tools usage that allows us, of course, to innovate training-wise, scientifically and technically classical, of course, one, and to provide value added in terms of quality of training, but also to respond to a certain number of issues that are specific to our country, including, for example, the massification of students. Let me only use the Moroccan university, the higher education example, not even talking about the vocational training. We are than 1 million students in training today during the training phase. And if you want to provide a basic classroom or tabletop training, you can imagine the number of trainers and professors we must have. And I echo Mrs. Barakat's words on or comments on the ratio for a certain number of students having trainings on soft skills. Hence, pedagogical approach speaking, very important that is today, and the use of digital platforms. I'll say a word about our experience thereon later. And I'd like an echo back on the third perspective with respect to the use of technology, including the digital, in terms of prospecting and anticipating the labor market. And this is where we have a considerable input, and I underscore it, of technology when it comes to processing, big data, AI, and the world over today, and good best practices in terms of anticipation of job market, labor market. We use mainly technology, big data, and AI for everything pertaining to anticipation and identification of a certain number of needs, immediate indeed, but also anticipation in the medium to longer terms of needs and competencies and I'd like to also mention my pride, because our involvement as a training player with our PPT, with the World Bank, with the MCC, there is that national digital platform for the observation of the labor market using AI and big data. I think this is a source of pride. And this is something we were expecting for many years now as a training player, and also for the vocational training segment, and both for private and public players in the field of employment. Very important. Before concluding, allow me to just talk you to a certain number of information about the career centers. For those who do not know, of course, the career center model, this is a model that inspired itself from the experience in the United States with a specific customization from Morocco, where we have 4 major families of services. Everything having to do with knowing oneself, starting by a self-discovery test. A second family will be that of exploring the training possibilities based on the data available until today. A fourth family having to do with the preparation, with the technical research tool, and the general preparation, including the curricula, etc. And the fourth family is an aggregation service for everything, including employment offers nationally through internet sites, be it national or international, in terms of employment offer nationally. Now, figures-wise, we today are having 300,000 beneficiaries, youth beneficiaries, be they students or vocational training interns for the existing career centers, be it physical or virtual. We have about a little more than 2 million hits of our virtual career center, and we have 120,000 young persons who are registered on the virtual career center. The virtual career center, the VCC, uses a lot of digital. We have about 10 or so platforms. The most important ones are the virtual VCC that has almost the same services provided in a physical career center. And we have Najahi, Ready for Employment, which is an e-learning platform to train to soft skills. I wanted to share with you all this by way of answer to the questions. And if need be, I'll talk about the central role of technology, but also services to be implemented / developed within the framework of that model. Thank you. Thank you for a fascinating and a very thorough presentation that certainly invites us to a lot of questions. I hope that we will be having time enough to give you the floor to raise your question. I'm now going to give the floor to Yasmina Al-Asri, Deputy General Manager of Injaz. No, sorry. Oh, sorry. Blame the page, not me. I did not get up at 5 o'clock in the morning just like Stefano, but it's almost, Let me rewind. Wafa, Wafa Berni Mazwar, DG of Al Jisr Association. And my question to you, ma'am, is how do you support at best the not so well qualified young persons and those on the informal labor market? Thank you for the kind invitation. Quickly, it is true that we mostly at Al Jisr work with low qualification. We are 23 years of age, and we work on the improvement and the quality of learning at the public school. And we very early got interested since 2010 to the dropouters, and there were more and more dropouts. And we started with those dropouters who were at the last year of secondary schooling, the Green Ship project, which is a learning center in IT, which still today is more than 13 years of age, and which has allowed us to verily work with we did not call them NEETs at that time, but who are in school dropout scenario and who, as a matter of fact, have lost trust in themselves, the self-esteem, did not know where to turn, and also because they did not see any program that could be bespoke to their level of school, and who were in a situation of vulnerability since they were hailing from extremely modest extraction or families. So at that time we didn't call them soft, but life skills. 14 years ago, there were already some benchmarks that at that time IYF, if heard well, and during time we accompanied them for the learning by apprenticeship with a pool of companies wherein they would have an internship at the end of their theoretical training, and wherein there was a practical also part with IT maintenance department or shop in Casablanca and Oujda. And after that, in these companies, we injected them, and we had a huge number of success stories who really were very well inserted, and today are middle executives and are working with large banks. I learned OCP recently have IT maintenance trained by Al Jisr and Green Ship. So this is a model that really paid off. Now we afterward found that there were dropout youngsters of 13 years of age. How do we manage the situation of these young persons? We have set up a project called the Center for the Second Chance. We didn't want to call it school because we realized that the young persons leave school and they told us, no, bring me to prison, not to school, back to school. So the word school was not used. So how could we work with those young persons and with different ages? Some were 13, others were 15. You cannot put them in vocational training, not possible. How to support them, how to work with their parents, how do we do family mediation? Because we know this is the problem being raised. And it is one of the major dropout reasons. How can we bring them to school where we have tried and with the mediation of the school principal, we have them back to school. We had them back to school. And as a matter of fact, dear, how to work and how to allow these young persons to be included in and mainstreamed in a project to develop with them a life project, which will allow them ultimately to improve themselves and to be socio-professionally included in society. Today we're talking a lot about employability, but the social or socio-economic inclusion does also include employability, but it goes before anything else through this feeling of belonging, societal ownership, of sharing, of values, of trust in the system, which will see to it that the young person will have that willingness, desire to go further, the extra mile, to push the envelope, to learn more. One of the issues met with here is how can I, I was talking about the French language. I was hearing the French language, but before even the French, they would have to have proficiency in Arabic, which they don't. How can we catch up today with a young person, 5, 6, 7, 8 years of lack of education? It's not by accompanying them on a small, short duration of time, even if it's 1 year, that we can catch up on that. What type of tools? How can we, methodology-wise, what kind of methodologies and pedagogical approach to put in place to allow them to start learning, understanding, and find them their own way there too. Only to add that we are today working with FPR MCC and the INDH2 on a program of support and guidance. And it is true in our projects. These are our target groups are mainly less or no or low qualification youth, irrespective of their gender. It's quite balanced to be able to do it, and with an approach today which is really that of bespoke accompaniment of such persons. But I said it's certainly time-consuming project. Today, the issue of inclusion of word mainstreaming of work of young persons, informal or informal. By the way, when I saw the thematic, I saw informal. I said, no, maybe there is a little mistake in the wording. Now we're talking about formality because here we are on project for formal employment and with the ICC and INDH. It's a reality. The informal is there. We have to account for it. So this boils down to saying that today this issue is almost everywhere. We are a founding member of MedMC network, Mediterranean North-South network that comprises a certain number of associations just like ours who work, and the network of the Second Chance schools in Morocco, and we have seen that the issues today are the same. The difference being these are different characteristics, specificities, but there are similarities. In Morocco, the informal is extremely more important than in other North Mediterranean countries, and this makes the thinking process more complex and difficulty in finding solutions bigger. But fact is, these are the same types of problems. The question now is how can we make sure in Morocco not to do copy and paste, and to be able to find these systems and to put in place a Moroccan system that is adapted to our Moroccan reality, and how can we really embrace this problem in Morocco. The figures have been said, 15 million from 15 to 25 to 24 years old. We go up until 35 years of age, which today have no access to studies, training, no labor market access. So it's 1/3 of the population. And if we use the others, today you have 1/3 not working, inactive, another third is in precarious work, and 1/6 of the population with an age to work on salary work. Hence, it goes without saying that today, everything having to do with formal employability and informal employability, because this is a thematic in the youth, both in the urban and rural areas, is there and to stay. And even the World Bank's today, the World Bank's figures today refer to 40 to 50%. How do we mainstream these informal while we don't want to turn a blind eye and on the informal? And the reality is there, plain to see. Today, the reality is there. There is a blatant lack of job offers, even if there is a problem of labor matching, because today we meet in companies looking for persons looking for a job and young looking for a job, and there's no labor matching. This very point has been mentioned this morning. How can we see to it that these find an employment? How, for example, can I help them to improve their skills, French language, in order for them to be mainstreamable in the labor market? So maybe they have the possibilities to have that position, but it's the lack of school attendance, school level that makes that causes the young persons not to improve the way in which they can market themselves. Now, I heard the Minister Sakuri. He was saying, today what we want is to come out from the beaten tracks, be out of the box. Many think need to be done. There are policies for incentives that have been put in place, but the reality is here. The results are not always there. There have been a lot of dispersion and piecemealing activities or work. Some activities have been put on the back burner and have never been rolled out. And I've also seen for the last 3 years, I've seen it more and more so. And there are more and more synergies.
There are more and more synergies created between the different stakeholders, and we are glad because with ANAPEC, we are working more and more closely. We have a campus in Al Jadida with the training project for educators. And as a matter of fact, we see very good results and a good involvement. It is not homogeneous everywhere because it's a matter of people most of all. And there again, we have to think of how to make sure that everybody's going to be trained or at least work in the same mindset or with the same desire to move forward and work with a sort of a takeaway kit that could help everyone, and where we could all work together, whatever the place where we are in Morocco. So anyways, we have excellent and very positive experiences to tell you about with UOF, PPT, and vocational training, etc. So getting back to who is involved, how can we include these youngsters? There's a big work that needs to be carried out. We need to wonder about what we know of these youngsters. This is the problem, because young people, they very many times work in the informal sector. They left school. What is their itinerary? What is their background? How are they interested in education? How do they want to be supported with what kind of tools? We need to carry out a mapping of who these young people are. How can we integrate them into the formal and informal sectors, in particular, the formal one, of course. And we really want to understand that, of course, mobility is also some barrier. I went to Oujda last week. There was a presentation with the members of CGM, and there was an MCC-INDH program to mobilize companies and give a chance to young people, taking them under their wing and supporting them. But sometimes what we find with young people we support is that they are fed and accommodated at their parents, and sometimes they come from very modest backgrounds, and very many times the the mother works, and they give them a sort of a 100, 200 dirhams per week. And they tell us today, when we tell them, okay, you're going to join us and you can take some vocational training practice, but you might have to work without a salary in the first place. And they would say, okay, I'm cool at home, I'm not doing anything, and they're giving me money. So why would I bother going to work? So this is the whole cultural mindset that needs to be changed, etc. So how can we today, if we want to find solutions, of course, we need to understand what we have with us and with whom we are working, with those youngsters, of course. And then, if we want to federate, we need to be able to gather everyone around that idea, bodies, institutions that have the power to be in the field. They have this outreach capacity with regard to the targets they want to aim at, so they can federate all these people around the structure and think all together with experts, put in place a think tank of people from different sciences and develop these kinds of labs. I believe that that's what we need to do for, employment labs. Since this morning, that's what I understood. And I think this is the mindset we need to abide by. So today, what could we do? I'm willing to hear your reactions and ideas with regard to the experience analogies. Maybe it could be also another contribution, in all due modesty, to what's been said today and all the colossal task that's been achieved with all the organizations of ecosystems around employment and youngsters. So the first thing we have to do, maybe, and there I'm changing hats, I'm becoming like a lead educator, because of course it's very important within public school is to bring work at school. And I believe that you need to do that from the grassroots up to the top. Because, youngsters, they do not leave school at college level because they don't have a level. But if you push them until they are reaching the 5th or the 6th year, normally they should keep on going. You have to make these kids autonomous. We do that in pre-scholar because we've been working with pre-scholar children for 3 years now in public schools. And there again, we need to try to reduce the social cleavage, the social barriers. We need to create bridges. We have a Learn to Act program, which is a benefit program with employees and students from very famous schools. They work on specific topics where we are focused on. And this enables to reduce these social differences and make it that these youngsters that work a lot in the informal sector, they left school very early, not because they do not trust themselves or the system, or they reject the values of the system, but sometimes it's the harsh reality. And the second point is to try to find out how we can open these young people who work in the informal sector. Of course, I believe you can be working in the informal sector to move on to the formal sector. If you succeed, you will end up with a legit business. It's normal. If you are a good salesman, maybe you will build a marketing company later on. So you never know. A young person is able to tomorrow create a more formalized structure. But this, of course, requires to open his mind and, give him ideas, enable him to be equipped with tools, digital tools, for example, marketing tools with video capsules, vocal SMS, whatever. There are lots of digital solutions that can help small businesses. There's a 99% of small penetration rate for small businesses. And now this is another idea where we could also give some food for thinking. There's the notion of cooperation we used to have beforehand. Remember the malams we had beforehand, the bosses? They are disappearing. Could we not create some mentoring systems of these malams towards the youngsters to teach them, art, a craft, sometimes it doesn't work because in the beginning this young person has no experience to learn a craft, and there's a high mobility rate in some business lines. But maybe he can be trained by a mentor and be supported for a number of years, because we realize that these youngsters, what they really need is to be trained, is to be taken by the hand. It doesn't mean assistance, on the contrary. So it's a little bit help yourself and God will help you, but we need to give him the tools, we need to give him a reference. Sometimes they've lost the notion of reference. They don't have a model on which they can identify themselves. So getting out of trainings and classic educational models, the models we've put in place for training and learning, we integrate Fab Lab. Today it is a digital solution where youngsters can work together on a problem solution system, on something that can be useful. We worked on the small Christmas market, and we taught them how to prepare projects themselves and create products. And we said, okay, so let's have a look at the consumers' behavior with a hashtag, without a hashtag. But when we support them in the real pedagogical endeavor that we put in place here, it is something that shall enable them to start. Indirectly, it's know-how, but it's also knowledge, because we teach this person to go and find where to get that information. It obliges them to read. Then they understand why it is important to read and why books are useful. You can acquire language by reading. You can also learn how to work as a team, understand each other's needs, how to be able to listen to one another, how to raise a question and to let somebody make mistakes. It's very important to accept mistakes. Unfortunately, we are in a culture where people don't tolerate mistakes, but mistakes exist, of course. So thank you very much. I'm sorry, I know that I'm taking a lot of time. Thank you very much anyways for your presentation, and I fully agree with your approach to say, first we need to know who are these young people, what are their expectations. I've heard very many interesting ideas to respond to their needs, and certainly it is a public that is extremely important and with which we could experiment lots of things to identify the solutions that would be operational, that could work. Now let's open the session for questions maybe, but even if it's a little bit frustrating, we might be willing to be more concise in the questions. Let's take 2 or 3 at best, and if possible, and I do apologize in advance, please be concise, be brief in your answers. Let's start with a round of questions. I think a microphone is coming. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to give a small example of an experience we started recently with ANABEC in the framework of a partnership agreement for all the second chance schools of Morocco. In the framework of this partnership, we will head towards youngsters, as you said, Mr. Crépon, to support them in the sector of investigation. And to do that, we organized a 3-day seminar in May with ANAPEC, where we brought 26 associations together in Casablanca to discuss with people from ANAPEC and see what are the needs, what are the profits and the regional differences. Now, on the grounds of these 3 days of discussions, we put in place an action plan to train relay trainers within associations, and they will be trained by ANAPEC, by the ANAPEC trainers in the different regions, to bring the good word and for people of a second chance, for online consultations. So I believe that this is a tiny experience, but it exists, so it can lead to results for the schools of the second chance in Morocco. It's just an addition, not a question. We have a question next to you. Thank you very much. I'd like to maybe complete something that I've heard from the different solutions. It's shadow training or mentoring. I believe that this could play a very important role in the support given to a young person as a model of success. And I have a question for Mr. Serra. With regard to soft skills trainings, we talked about the mass of students that need to be trained, and I'd like to know, in your digitalization process, how did you overcome that problem? In this training method, I heard that the bachelor project was abandoned, but also in this bachelor thing, we were going to introduce a whole cursus of training. So where are we at there? And one last question. Thank you. We have a question right on your right-hand side.
Okay, with everybody. My name is Mahmoud. I come from the part of the Moroccan Center for Innovation and Social Entrepreneurship. And thank you very much for a very informative and very instructive presentation. I enjoyed hearing about things I didn't know existed before. But I was wondering, because the topic of the panel was the transition towards employment, and the youth's transition towards employment particularly. A lot of the work that has been done comes at that level where the youth gets to a point where they encounter a problem of not being able to smoothly integrate the labor market, and that's due to a variety of reasons. Is there anything that you think should be done to address the inequalities between the efforts that are done prior to that period? I'm talking about primary, middle, high school education, mainly the disparity between private and public education all over the country. Are there any recommendations you have for the state to actually implement reforms to put more effort into the public education system so as to include more people, as opposed to have people have to pay more and more money to go to private schools that would facilitate their path towards employment, as opposed to those who have gone through public school? Of course, this is also in relation to a phenomenon that we're seeing mainly in bigger cities, Rabat, Tanger, Marrakesh, with the disappearance of public schools even. Now there are private schools for all ranges. You can pay 100 dirhams up to 3,000 dirhams, and you get an education based on what you pay. And so the main point of this, and the main question I'm asking is, what do you think should be done prior to the period of the youth getting to this transition period where they find it very hard to integrate the labor market? Thank you.
Merci pour ces questions. Alors,
Thank you for these questions, and now I'd like to turn back to the panel and ask you to answer briefly if possible, and then we can close this panel, if you don't mind. Thank you. Thank you for these questions. What could I say? Many things have been said so far. I have personally learned many things listening to one and another. And I'd like to say that there's no magic stick, and if you want to find a job, and I think this is what we expect from these public services, to look for a job, there is no magic solution. Solutions for youngsters to find a job in our country can no longer be so restrictive and insensitive to the sector of activity, and taking into consideration of the territorial dimension, etc. So I believe that the minister reacted this morning We talked about measures, programs of employability, intermediation, and employability, but we didn't mention economic inclusion. So we need to change that with regard to active measures, with regard to employment, but also some systems to support entrepreneurship. So we need a real engineering for the support to entrepreneurship in our country to better target and take stock of these initiatives. It started with the new investment charter. Now we need to implement this new reform, but also connect this with the new active measures for employment, and we need to achieve real economic inclusion of young people. I told you about the role of the civil societies. I think we've discussed that far and wide. When we talk about, when we look at needs, sorry, I didn't understand what he said. There are some fundamental ones and some are just ancillary. They can change with the turnover. This is due to complex phenomena. Only civil society and serious associations can play this role of investment into the knowledge of young job seekers. The same is true when you look at the university realm. You shouldn't address it in the same way. We have heard of big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, etc. But we do have some university agencies. We need a specific offer for this ecosystem, which is made up of not only of university students, but also of people from vocational training, public and private, engineering schools. We need to support skills at that level. We need to develop these plans much further. And for each segment, for each job seeker, we need to look at practically what is the suitable service offer for that person. And this is why Lab Emploi Maroc is carrying out an investigation task. And one of the topics today is to capitalize on the results of rigorous research throughout the world. It's very important because it enables to set a frame to this process, improve public policies throughout an experimentation job and something very serious, which is essentially evaluation. With regard to prospection, big data, and using digital in prospection, I forgot to mention it, but we have a project with Lab Emploi Maroc, with ANAPEC, to do e-prospection. Last week we launched our yearly inquiry amongst employees, and we used the external assistance. The objective is to assess the impact of prospection on employers, on the decision to recruit. That's the first aspect, and then there will be another one, which will be to follow up on these employers to see whether they later recruited those people. So what is the impact of prospection on the final decision to recruit, and what recruitment did they do? Who did they integrate? This is something we do at ANAPEC. We are convinced that big data and artificial intelligence is a must for any operator of intermediation on the labor market, whether public or private. We believe it's extremely important, and we are going to work on that to also improve our performance in terms of production of useful information on the labor market. I don't know if I've answered to your question now. Maybe we could have also questioned other people. So I leave the floor to you. Thank you, dear General Director. And I'd like to also reply to a few reactions from the audience on 3 essential points. The issue of soft skills training with the massification constraints due to the number of students, and the question of the bachelor, of the pedagogical model. And the last one concerns measures. And I'm looking at my colleagues from National Education, and I will speak on their behalf if they allow me. And this leads me back to the question of what happens before the transition towards the labor market. So what is the contribution of the digital sphere also? I couldn't detail that in the platforms. We have something that is called career centers with the support of SEIDE at the time. We could develop an e-learning platform including soft skills. And we also have a partnership with UEFA, and I'd like to greet them on the way. We also have some Center Physical Careers programs with pilot universities and vocational training centers. This experience was about 3 universities working together with 3 vocational training centers. And there's a number of modules that have been developed together and deployed within this platform called Be Ready for Work. So we have approximately 30 training modules in 3 big categories of training for what we got specifically university, how to achieve integration, I don't know if you have followed in the press the loss rate, in the first year of university, there's a very important rate of students who abandon. So this does not allow for normal academic career, because there's a very high index of students abandoning. It is due to a bad orientation, but also the lack of adaptation of young people to university. And there's a number of important modules that enable a better integration of the student and a passage from the profile of the secondary school student to an autonomous student at the level of the university. So this is a very important kind of training that we integrated on this platform. We didn't do that with USAID, and we did it with the ministry by integrating it with these training modules. So we have 3 blocks: how to achieve the integration at university, how to prepare our professional projects, how can we move from a personal project to support through mentoring and a number of systems, and well-thought professional action that enables a better professional integration. We have several modules. A very important element that we need to integrate is the question of how to achieve professional integration and the blossoming of the individual in his professional career. It's extremely important, and we have a number of modules which do focus on this issue. So this regards digital. Concerning the bachelor, thank you very much for your remarks. It's a very important element. If I'm taking the example of soft skills, that the new pedagogical model that is being formalized throughout this package or this compact, it's been announced in the press. We keep everything that regards the language and soft skills module for this training module. You also have some compulsory modules in languages with a requirement of certification in foreign languages. I'm sorry, but there's no microphone for this speaker. We cannot hear him, says the interpreter. Before we leave, lunch is going to only last 30 minutes because discussions were extremely intense. We couldn't stop people from speaking, but we will resume at 3 p.m. Our group discussions, and we will start at the first floor. So there are two evaluation projects that will be presented, and I will invite you to move to the first floor at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Pour ce dernier panel, il est consacré à la création d'emplois, au programme de travaux publics.
Works programs, wage subsidies and entrepreneurship. Bear with us, please. This last panel comes in the wake of a seminar we organized with our partners. To that seminar attended the Economic Ministry of Economy and Commerce, the INDH, the Economic, Social, and Environmental Council, and the National Agency, ANAPAC. We addressed three themes. The first, pertaining to the subsidized employment in the private sector. The second is employment in the public sector. And finally, the last theme was relating to entrepreneurship support program. The first program was subsidies, wage subsidies. There are a lot of programs, including Morocco EPoD, that subsidize the participation of youth to the labor market. The idea underlying this type of invention is twofold, whereby the youth do not have an important productivity, and hence we're going to subsidize their participation to the labor market. That way, ultimately, the companies are going to be compensated for the deficit of productivity by youth, and during the employment episode, the experience gains will therefore allow the level of productivity of the participants to increase, and hence by themselves the employment will find a job because there will be higher productivity. That's the first mechanism. The second mechanism is different, whereby it is based on we never give their first chance to youth. In other words, there is a little suspicion which is extremely weak or low, but enough for them to go after the others, and that never we give them the possibility to have a first experience. Hence, it becomes very difficult for them to really showcase their skills. These subsidized employments seek to give incentives to companies to give to youth their first experience, which will thereafter allow them to gain more skills. So these are the mechanisms that we are expecting. Now, the mechanism that we are also expecting is that there is that first subsidized employment, and thereafter, in both cases, there is an employment that can be had or provided for without the use of the subsidy. The results that we have achieved in the literature after we have made these randomized trials or assessment, they are a little different than this. The first result or outcome is that these wages, subsidized wages, they do pay off, whereby they allow the beneficiaries to avail of that possibility of labor market. It will transform the experience in a longer term, you see, because when the subsidy stops, the employment stops. And this reflects a mechanism which is present in many employment programs, just like, for example, transport subsidies are of the same magnitude or order of magnitude, if not order mode, a mechanism. That's the first outcome. We find results in a short but not necessarily longer term. On the other hand, there is also another aspect that has been learned with this kind of program, whereby at the end of the day, there are very few used programs. The program does exist, but there is extremely weak request from the side of the employers. Even if subsidy exists, the employers are not interested by this program, and it could be for a whole set of reasons, because maybe the subsidy is not significant enough, or maybe the program is a little too complex that recover and recouping a subsidy really is therefore lost in effort. Now, this is what the literature has showed us. The discussions that we've had in the panel discussion zeroed in on this question of request, and rather the request for subsidized employment from the side of youth, with this very fact that has been mentioned, whereby the demand for the program was rather low. In other words, the young, these subsidized employment are also associated in Morocco with a weaker compensation/remuneration and protection, which is less important, and hence all of such characteristics already, they are less of an incentive for the youth to participate in the program. But there's also the idea where these are internships, it's not an employment, and hence there is a notion of stigma which is associated there too. So this is what the discussion has revealed. We now can talk about the public works programs. Now, the public works programs, it is more or less the same idea of giving a first experience, but it is in the public sector, whereby this would make it possible to the participants to find a job. These programs, public works programs, they do have a twofold logic, that of employment, which is the same as the private sector subsidized employment, but also they have the logic of being social safety nets. When the private sector does not offer enough jobs, this alternative makes it possible to palliate the lack of available employments in the private sector. And it is in fact in terms of social safety nets that these programs are paying quite well off and have very good characteristics. We have been observing that when we propose this public employment, there is a strong demand for such employments, and the incomes everyone are increasing, and they have that characteristics vis-a-vis the social safety nets, which this characteristic of is self-selection, auto-selection. In other words, will only avail of the social security, only those who participate in the program are going to be financially distressed and disadvantaged, and the situation being that the alternative will not allow them to get or to have an employment with set of employments, similar payment. So it has to be beneficial for these persons. So they will come and work within the framework of the program. It will take 7-8 hours a day. So there's that trade-off that persons are going to make, and they're going to self-select. And this is a very important characteristic for the social security system. Otherwise, if we think of a social security, we need to also know how do we target those who are going to benefit by this system. This characteristic is exactly the major plus or bonus of this program. However, not everything is pink and that good. In terms of self-selection, generally, the participating persons, they do have a small activity. They're not zero activity at all. So they already do have a very small activity, which means that in order to participate in the program, they need to relinquish that other activity. The other second characteristic of the program is that if the employment is being paid 1,000 dirhams, so what they would get is not 1,000, is maybe 500, or if not less, because there are the employment that they would have had in the absence of the program, they would have lost in the meantime, to which they cannot pretend. Consequently, these are quite costly systems for a not necessarily as important or significant yield. Plus, taking into account that the fact of these programs certainly over the long term kind of disappears. But in any case, these are programs that are extremely interesting to study, because they can offer that alternative when there is no other solution. hence, we've also talked on the occasion of the round table. We've also talked about the public works programs in Morocco. So there is a new program which is Awrash, I hope I don't scorch the word, which aims to create temporary employment but also sustainable jobs, and which certainly is one which is of interest to study. And we've also, sorry, apparently I'm fatting. Can someone help me? Yeah, we've also talked about the entrepreneurship program, which are another type of intervention making it possible to the participants to create a company, to develop their own activity. So there are two major types of programs which do exist for the entrepreneurship. On the one hand, there is what we can call the subsidies or access to funding sources. It may be microcredit. It is therefore access to financing. And there are also entrepreneurship trainings. The result that we have reached on subsidies do show that very often there is an impact which is positive on average of this type of program, which showcases the fact that the profitability or the return on capital for the beneficiaries can be quite high on average. However, there is a second type of results that has been reached, which is the fact that these impacts are very heterogeneous from one to another person. For some individuals, the increase of income is going to be extremely important, and for other individuals, on the other hand, it will be much weaker, quasi non-existence. So this heterogeneity of income is a very important feature or characteristics, and works we have just ended in Egypt on this very type of subsidies shows that heterogeneity within the population available this type of program is much stronger than the heterogeneity which is associated with different types of programs. Sometimes we say, do we need cash or do we need support in cash or in kind? Is it microcredit, etc., etc.? They are not as that important versus the heterogeneity that is behind or associated to individuals. So that has to do with the subsidies. Finally, there are trainings for entrepreneurship. So the entrepreneurship training, there is a huge catalog for training to entrepreneurship, which are in general available and offered. In other words, the average result or outcome that we have received is that for training in general, it doesn't always lead to a significant increase of the benefits and incomes. In other words, the yield or profitability of this kind of intervention are not extremely important. But on the other hand, there are more recent programs that have been tested that are now based on the psychology of the entrepreneur, rather than showing how entrepreneur, we teach them how entrepreneur thinks and the psychology. So these are questions related to the soft skills of entrepreneurships, and these programs have made it possible to have impacts, which are quite important.
So there are some innovative products that try to associate both, which means subsidies to this specific kind of psychological training. So recent studies have been carried out in Niger about these questions, and they are aimed at very underprivileged publics and seem to offer quite promising results. Now, in the discussions that we held around this table, discussions were about the multiplicity of programs that can support entrepreneurship in Morocco. And what came out of this discussion was that diversity, but also the feeling of scattering and the lack of synergies between the different types of programs. So now, to wrap up this review of literature, I'd like to insist on the questions that arise. There are many questions that will remain unanswered. For each different type of program, for those that are supported by grants or subsidies, we learned that youngsters with a grant-supported program find a job easily once the program is finished, but it will not necessarily last long after the end of such. So the question that arises is whether there aren't any marginal interventions that would not be very costly and could improve the efficiency or profitability of such programs. This morning, we understood that communicating on one's experience and skills is something that generally enables that person to have an easier access to a job. Now, in the program, participants could be led to communicate more about their experience and the skills that they could acquire through this program. And there is another important question which also concerns programs with grants. Do these subsidies lead to jobs within companies? Am I not giving an uncertain advantage to a certain person at the expense of others who could not benefit and do not have access to a job? It is not for sure that labor subsidies will increase the number of available jobs within the economy. So this is one of the other important questions. Now, for public employment, of course, we need to look at marginal interventions that could improve the employment component of these programs. Maybe we could think of putting some trainings in place and making efforts to make sure that people will indicate their skills or provide them trainings to become entrepreneurs, or else focus more on technical skills to develop. Results that we could achieve with these kinds of additional components in Côte d'Ivoire demonstrate that whenever this program is associated with trainings to become entrepreneurs, there could be an effect that lasts longer than the program itself. Then the last question is about entrepreneurship programs. So I believe that the important question today regarding these entrepreneurship programs is not the contents of such programs when you think about entrepreneurship subsidies, but it is which kind of subsidy and how to target these programs in order to make sure that we will focus the interventions wherever profitability will be the best. So much for the questions that remain unanswered. And there again, we have a panel which is going to enable to deepen discussions, just like previously, in order to work more in depth on this topic. We can offer a panel with more questions, and present with us today we have Federica Saliona from the World Bank, and Mohamed Azim, the director of the National Observatory of the Labor Market, Younes Eteb, who is an MDH expert with the National Coordination, and Yasmina La Asri, who is the General Director, Deputy General Director of IMJAZ. So I'm going to start with a question. Thanks for being with us. I will now start with a question to Federica Saliola. What are the most striking events that are mentioned in the very last report of the World Bank about the issue of job creations in the region during the post-COVID period? So I'm going to ask you now to focus your interventions approximately around 4 to 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm going to speak in English.
So I'll provide some highlights from a report that we just published on Morocco and the other countries in the region, where we asked the question why, we still, after 10 years after the Arab Spring, we still don't see the jobs that are needed. Right? We estimate that between now and 2050, we need 300 million jobs in MENA, and we're not even close to that. So the the approach and the recommendations that are in the report are based on an important assumption that we, in the report, we document with data, which is that to create the jobs, you need the firms, right? And to create the good jobs, we need the good firms. Like, we know that in the region, we have a huge number of informal jobs, including in Morocco, right? Is about 60%. So those are not the jobs that we want, right? We want the jobs that fulfill the young people, the jobs that are productive, that allow people to have the salary, the social protection. And to have those jobs that we call the better jobs, we need the good firms. So it's not any firms, right? It is the firms that upgrade their capabilities, they're able to grow, they're able to create productive jobs, to shift the markets to the modern sectors, and then to reallocate the labor. So when we think about jobs, we need to think of the labor market, and we know with all the shortcomings, and the product market together. Because if nobody demands the jobs, like people could be excellently trained, but if nobody demands those skills, right, there is no point. Now, what we see in the region, so we did an analysis of the private sector, including Morocco. We see that, in 10 years, the situation has dramatically worsened. Like the number of young firms, it's low and is declining. The firms that, as we said, they upgrade, they invest, it's low and declining. Firms do not invest, right? They stay small for a reason, right? We know why they stay small, because, it's costly to grow, and the markets are dominated by state-owned enterprises. The government has a large presence in all markets, even when it's not justified. Like we found with new data, and new not only on the presence, but also on the regulations that impede firms to enter and grow, we find a huge presence of those state-owned enterprises in, sectors like trade, manufacturing, accommodation, but there is no justification for government presence. That should be fully private sector. And again, I don't have time to talk about all the points. I had a small presentation, but so public sector jobs are, could be a way to create certain skills, but we promote a lot of programs that digitalize the public jobs. So right, so you kind of improve the government services, like. And the workers acquire skills, but that's not the way to create jobs. The good job creation relies fully, globally, on private sector enterprises, and as I said, specific ones. Like when we talk about entrepreneurship, if those programs are not linked to the market, they're not scaled up, and that's why globally we have, and in the region, these mixed outcomes. They're not successful because you can give firms wage subsidies, but if they don't have a market to expand, if they don't invest in those workers, that it's a one-time hiring, temporary, so they don't invest in the skills of the people, and they don't invest in their productivity. And so, right, there is no real impact. Like you might have a wage subsidy, you can give firms wage subsidies and force them to work with the local market. So as firms receive wage subsidy, you develop the local market, and so you create a spillover, more firms will enter, right? You need to level that playing field. Or you can give wage subsidies and invest in the human capital, like of human capital, I mean skills, right? Training, things like that. But if again, the field, if we don't level the playing field, there won't be the creation of jobs that are needed in Morocco and in the region, and there won't be those firms that are able to not only create and enter the market, but to sustain the creation of those jobs, right? To do it in the medium to longer terms. So we have some recommendations about product market regulations that absolutely give the state-owned enterprises all the subsidies, all the privileges, even in public procurement. So there is no way a small firm can enter a market like that and grow. We look at labor regulations that remain very costly. In Morocco, they're very costly. The minimum wage is very high. The cost of firing is very high. So how, especially if we think about young entrepreneurs, right, that enter the market, how can they sustain that kind of cost? Women are largely excluded as workers and as entrepreneurs, and that's still in the law, right? And this is not the case of Morocco as much, but a lot of countries where there are openly limitations. So I would like to conclude this by saying that we know that it's hard to change the status quo, right? Because the people who are supposed to change it are, very often the people who benefit from that. But we can work at the margins to at least start, pick some markets where there are not so much presence of what we call the incumbents, like those firms that benefit. Think about the digital, right? There are countries that have invested, it's not industrial policy, but they have invested, when you think about these programs, on targeted sectors, right? So the digital is one, right? We have a case study about several young entrepreneurs in Morocco. They create successful businesses in the digital space. Think about the green economy. That's a new sector. And not only it helps the environment, but, creates good jobs. So there are ways of, pushing innovation, we don't want that technological development that replaces jobs, right? No, we want that technological development that is, labor intensive. And there are some. Invest in health, invest in education. So you get the teachers that use the digital technology and the social externalities, and then, and you create better services and the jobs. So again, there are ways, but having sporadic interventions doesn't help unless there is a level playing field and firms are allowed to enter the market and to grow, right? So, and to exit when they're not productive. So I'll close here. Thank you.
Ça me fait, ce que vous dites me fait penser à...
What you're saying is making me think about a study carried out by Adam Osman in Belgium about small companies that intend to export. They were making carpets, for example, and the intervention consisted in opening them the doors to the export markets, but there were a series of conditions because they needed to reach a certain level of quality, and what the trial demonstrates is that these companies were able to organize themselves to increase or improve their level of skills and reach the standards of quality requested by the market. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to head to Mohamed Azim, the director of OMT. And the question we have for you, Mohamed, is what improvement hint could be explored for salary subsidies in the framework of the MEASURE program? Are there any variants that could be envisaged? Thank you. Thank you, Bruno. I believe that you mentioned it already, Mr. Bruno. There's a problem that is connected to these programs of subsidies. It is generally to help the people who are going to ask for a job and support companies. This is the background, the general background of programs of that kind. About insertion programs, we realized that in the beginning, young job seekers find it difficult to find a job, and they think that it is the first opportunity for them to find a job and to get acquainted with business environment. And in order to do that, you need to encourage these companies to welcome these young job seekers. And this support is done throughout exonerations, tax allowances, etc. So, and we achieved a few results in 2010. We had a program in place, and this aimed at a few problems with the mechanisms of the program and components of this program. And this was around 3 or 4 levels. For the length of this internship, it was 3 years, it was reduced to 2 years, and with regard to the health insurance, which was not taken into account beforehand, was covered by the state in this program, and other advantages connected to social benefits, etc., and to the exoneration of professional taxes. And there was a new variant which came into place, which was something imposed in the program. That is, companies benefiting from these programs were asked to recruit 60%, roughly 60% of beneficiaries at the end of this internship, with a few modalities, of course, for the execution of this conditional element. And now we are in 2016. Several colleagues now at ANAPEC can confirm it. There are 70,000 beneficiaries, and lots of companies benefit from that. And we are in a phase now where we also need to carry out another assessment, and it is the case in our project. So whenever we imagine that there are hints for improvement for this program or the programs in general, which take the angle of salary subsidies, and you said it, Mr. Bruno, these mechanisms have short but not long-term results, and do not have much impact on the expansion of this company, because this company does not gain much in productivity. Yet afterwards, we realize that it is not a direct job subsidy program which the company may use to find support in order to get more markets, more products, etc., and then hire more people. Now, if we try and imagine hints for the improvement in these programs after discussions we carried out with Bruno and the labor team, further to the follow-up works that we've done at the observatory to follow up performances of the results of active employment programs or any programs carried out by ANAPEC, with a few benchmarks, we observed that according to these surveys about these programs, and it was repeated this morning by the General Director of ANAPEC, there are 2 things that we have to bear in mind. First of all, flexibility and targeting. We need to target because the program nowadays is cut for everyone. But it was mentioned that companies are different. There are the smaller, very small companies and the large companies. The target population of people unemployed is different. And there's a difference with regard to the territory too. So as far as I'm concerned, I believe that this program would be more relevant if it was composed of several variants taking into consideration these kinds of things. All this is still to be studied and analyzed, but we can have components aimed at young people of a certain type, and for some companies, and in a region or for a given sector. So this could make this profitability of the program more efficient than it is now, and could be even more attractive for some. besides this issue of understanding what is the perception of companies versus the program, is something that could help us target the advantages given to companies according to the needs of such companies. Now, if we look at the components of this program, there are the issues of subsidies. Is it going to be the same kind of subsidy, or will it be a progressive kind of subsidy? Meaning that at the beginning of the internship, during the first 6 months, there might be an intervention, and then after the two next ones, there will be some progressivity in the granting of some subsidy. This can also be treated according to companies and the size of companies in terms of staff or employment. We may dare to say that we need special insertion credit for each company. It could depend on the size of the company, or it could be connected to the turnover or the number of employees they have. And this could be in function of the contract recruitment of common law. That is, we could calculate an indicator or an index taking into consideration the common law recruitment alongside the insertion recruitment details of a contract, of a corporate contract. So this could be about a number of internees and a given number of subsidies, etc. So I believe that there are lots of hints that one can study in order to improve this program. Having said that, there are some important questions that we need to clarify, and I believe that my colleagues from ANAPEC can agree on that. Do we consider today that we are in improvement perspective? Young job seekers who find it difficult to find a first job are to be given the occasion to find a job, and they need the competencies so that they can communicate on these acquired skills at the end of this internship. Or are we going to give these companies exoneration so they can reduce their recruitment costs, etc.? So here there are questions on which we need to establish clear questions according to assessments or inquiries with regard to individuals that will benefit from that, and we need to understand their perception of those things. And this can be achieved throughout an assessment, a survey, which will set or ask the classical types of questions, so we can already aim at the impact of the program on employability, since this was the very first objective of this program. Did beneficiaries improve their skills? How did they improve them? And which skills did they improve? That's quite important, because we need to prove, thanks to a survey, that beneficiaries of these internship contracts benefit from a position that sometimes they have a job or a position that do not correspond to the degree they had. I could find a totally different job from my training, so I'm starting from the beginning again, from zero. And this could also not be beneficial for my initial training, because the skills I'm going to acquire in this internship are not going to be relevant for another employer. And this question of conditionality, being conditional, is also something that is to be discussed. 60% conditionality, is it something good for the company, or is it a quota considered as optimum? Should we not draw the difference between a small-sized, medium-sized, or large-sized company with regard to these quotas? And what is the best calibration between conditionality and the granted advantages or the advantages between the initial profile of the candidate and the job that he will be given? Now, within companies, we need to look at the need for a beneficiary to benefit from a tutor in a training program. And in such case, if there's a need for a tutor or a need of training, we also need to place a follow-up system, because it is not sufficient to decree, to say, okay, this is going to be okay, but an APEC also needs to be able to assess that within a given company. And this is where some of the questions or evaluations we need to tackle in our survey is to see what's going on inside this company, not only at the level of the program itself and its components, but also check whether candidates will benefit from trainings or adequate education. Will they fulfill tasks that correspond to their profiles? And once all these questions are answered, well, we need to review that throughout a survey, an assessment method, to try and see whether there are hints for improvement. And once this improvement has been detected, we can move on to an experimental phase and try and adjust in order to deem what will be the impact of what shall be introduced, what novelties we will add. This is how I try to address this issue, even if Mr. Bruno said it, the panels this morning, and more precisely, Mr. Asha from ANAPAD also mentioned this targeting issue. I believe that this is certainly one of the best ways to make our situation in our economic context and social context and try to make the best of this. I just wanted to tell you a couple of words compared to a few things that have been mentioned this morning with regard to these data and assessment in general, and the simplification of the culture of assessment. I believe that what we should do at the outset, whenever there's a conception and implementation of the new program in parallel, we need to put in place an assessment mechanism. This mechanism is needed because it will help us better conceive any information systems that are related to this program. So we need to collect information as this program is being executed. Midterm assessments or afterwards, we need to have enough information, and this is something we do not have now because our information systems are conceived for management needs of these programs and not for statistic analysis needs or need for assessments or others. So if we want to develop the data production, we need this requirement. We need to demand that information systems will be implemented to meet the assessment, follow-up, or planning needs themselves. So beyond this information and management system, there needs to be these policies and programs. For what regards data in general, some colleagues know that we work inside this observatory in different directions to build this information system on the market. But we are now working on a panel inquiry amongst companies, and this cheered me up to hear this morning that there's also a need to carry out an inquiry amongst companies, and it's preferable to carry out some panel inquiries. This was mentioned with the World Bank director, I believe. We are nowadays working in collaboration with MCA-Morocco in order to put in place this panel of companies, and amongst the modules that we have within the panel, there's something dedicated for the active job programs or the program of ANAPEC itself. This is how we need to have a clear perception with regard to these issues and maybe clarify our ideas to see whether these companies already know the program or not. And then there is this anticipation issue, which is very dear to our friends from Vocational Training. We are going to ask a few questions with regard to the future recruitments and anticipations, but also with regard to the requested skills. It is not only a up to the jobs that companies want to create, but also the skills that they are looking for and those that they cannot find. This could also be helpful to have a clear view about this question of adequation and training for a job. In parallel to this, there are other structuring projects which are the implementation of big data platforms. It was mentioned this morning already. If we put in place this platform briefly, it will exploit all sources of information existing on the job market, administrative investigation sources, and then it will also generate information itself because individuals will become members and will use the platform, whether individuals looking for a job or companies themselves, and the platform can itself generate information. And from there onwards, we can have a set of indicators on the evolution of the market. But what would be interesting is to study weak signals with regard to emerging professions, those in decline, skills that are bullish or those that are bearish. And some will also serve for evaluation or impact studies. This is roughly the ideas I wanted to share with you, and I'm remaining yours if you have any further questions. And I do apologize if I took too much of your time. With regard to data platforms, indeed, we need to consider that they're more than welcome. Now, about the INMA questions, I think they're extremely exciting. We already discussed those. So these are contracts that have implications on the constraints themselves, but also should be something that must be containing a series of incentives. Now, understanding the contents of the contracts is very important. We need to identify different versions, test one version against another. I believe that we could, after a good reflection as the one we're carrying out here together, we could find some possibilities for very interesting things. Now I'm turning towards Yasmina Nasri. You are General Director of INJUS, Deputy Director. And I'd like to ask you the following question. What is the INJUS strategy to develop a culture of entrepreneurship amongst young people? Thank you very much, and thanks for this opportunity. Before I answer you, I'd like to make a small remark about the intervention of Marc Boisy from the World Bank. There was a very good passionate presentation of everything that doesn't work yet in Morocco, but I would also like the report of the World Bank to present everything that works. It has been working since 2011, and everything that we've done and was positive, all public policies and all the initiatives of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. To present you Jazz Maghrib, before I give you a strategy, it is a recognized public utility organization created by the Pan-African Investment Fund Al-Mada, and it belongs to an international network, Journal International Worldwide, which is an association founded in Boston in 1919, which mission is to train young people from 5 to 25 towards the career of an entrepreneur. We have two strategic pillars, Jazz Factory and Academy. We have one aspect that is dedicated to the students of the public universities, and these are programs that should be deployed for the initiation towards entrepreneurship, but also these programs are tailored, if I may say, and specific according to the scholar and university level. For example, at primary level, we have some programs to initiate to entrepreneurship that are associated to the support and there are also some programs of soft skills developments. When we go to high school, there are other kinds of programs, and these programs can be associated to soft skills programs. Sometimes it's also literacy, digital literacy programs. and they could be business line oriented to learn a craft, a specific craft. For example, the 10 most forsaken crafts where youngsters would never find themselves unemployed. So, for what regards the INJAZ Academy pillar, if it is deployed in partnership with the ministries of national education and of higher education, what makes the specificity of the INJAZ method or the junior achievement method in general is that we embark the company within the realm of scholar institutions. These are developed by top executives, and thanks to the method learning by doing, deploying practical programs to initiate to entrepreneurship, employability support, and the development of soft skills. The second strategic pillar of INJAZ Maghreb is INJAZ Factory, and this pillar is aiming at project bearers of all horizons, whether these are young people attending school or technical, professional, vocational training, or else they are outside the scholar or university system, and they could be players of the social and solidarity economy. Now, the objective of this pillar is to support these project bearers from the idea to the effective creation of the company, the release on the market of their products, and the partnership with a new strategic partner member of the board of directors, but also with the INDH in the region of Al Tafilat, and programs to fund these projects are also foreseen. The objective, in fine, of INJAZ in Maghreb is the social economic insertion of young people. It's also the fact to give a choice to young people who are being trained, but also to support anything that regards entrepreneurship in the realm of handicrafts, vocational technical trainings, to help this sector to improve and to blossom. What makes the success of the INJAZ experience is its network, which englobes different strategic partners of the private and public sector of the whole system. And this network also provides us with programs.
Mobilization of international repute donors, M&E, allowing us every time to renew our programs to meet with the expectations of the youth and the market. The INJAZ Al-Arab network setting up strategic orientation on a regional basis, organizing events like competitions and forums of employment, allowing the youth to be with major decision makers of the private sector, with higher executives, thereby allowing them to have a pitch before the CEO of Boeing, Citibank, etc. After that, having an interview for a recruitment is easier. Partnership with the Ministry of National Education, Higher Education. We also have developed new programs that meet better with the expectations of the students, if not in a primary education. Partnership with the private sector for the mobilization of financial resources, and the National Education Ministry, the MEN. All of our trainings are being given by volunteers and in partnership with all of the other actors of the ecosystem for a conversion of actions to reach better results and a better impact. Thank you for your attention. Your microphone, please. Interpreting cannot be done. Thank you for this presentation. I find all these interventions that bring companies at or in schools are very interesting and promising. There are studies on the way in the equator where we have training programs which are being provided for entrepreneurship and negotiation skills. which are provided to examine the impact that this can have later on the attitudes of youth vis-a-vis entrepreneurship. Now, I'm now going to give the floor to our last panelist, Yunus Aitay. You're an expert with the National Coordination of INDH. And the question that we would like to ask you, what would the main elements of an accompanying programs of project owners and entrepreneurs be with the young persons? Thank you, Bruno. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity you are giving me and to my organization to participate with you to this very enriching debate with MCA and the World Bank and the Policy Center for the New South. And it goes without saying the inclusion of economic inclusion with whom INDH is now building a very serious endeavors for the next months/weeks in order to work within the framework of a real convergence, be it upstream or downstream during implementation. I will try and come back now on the question and respond to this question. I am already tempted that the INDH model is the model which meets best to the accompanying of young entrepreneurs. And I'm not saying this because I'm part of the INDH. I was not part thereof 3 years ago. I have come from the outside of our ENDH, and I have had the opportunity to appreciate things in an objective manner. And I'm going to say as to why I think it is a model to be supported. Quite obviously, there are things to be improved. I will come back there too, and I'm going to talk about the reasons why I think it's very interesting. INDH is a work that started in 2005. It's a RAISE workshop, if I may say, which is in perpetual interaction with the impact and with the reality of the, this is why each of these phases have been built on reality. We are now on phase 3, which was built on a given reality, ascertained after the end of phase 2 in 2015, and a certain number of elements, the most important thereof being a joblessness rate of youth, which is very important despite all of the public operators' efforts, and I would pay tribute to them for all they do, despite all of the involvement of the civil society organization. I think we are facing a challenge which is in permanent growth. Suffice it to mention statistics that we have heard today. The 300,000 that come every year to the labor market, and those 300,000 who are in dropouts. I think it's important to try and imagine that we are talking about a figure of 1.2, 2.5. It depends on the statistical sources, but I think we are here over 2 million young persons who are NEETs or categorized as NEETs.
A poser quelques questions. Qui sont ces NEETs? Où est-ce qu'ils...
Ms. asked a few questions. Who are they? What are their characteristics? How can we approach them? In Morocco, in perpetual change and in works, and how to be resilient towards international crisis, etc. Since the global economic situation is very harsh, altogether we are still, marking positive points in that sector, but we are opposed to a reality of young people who are in exclusion, social and economic exclusion, and we are trying to solve that problem. This is a model built on 4 pillars. This is not a program for the evolution of the incomes. There are 4 pillars that are quite heavy and important. basic social services, the recuperation of people in a situation of precarity, the program to include young people, and also the inclusion of people who are in mental, who suffer from a mental deficiency. So there are all social challenges and programs that are in these 4 programs. In program 3, I believe that the INDH built its model on the experience of the World Bank initiated in Marrakesh. It was a very innovative experience where we are fully involved. We built part of our program on the grounds of the GIZ program, the PEDAL program, regarding to what is related to social economy and for the creation of business lines with added value. And we decided to support young people. In order to achieve this inclusion, we need to benefit from technical and financial support. We cannot differentiate one from another. When we launched that, we needed to think about who would provide this technical support. And this INDH will innovate, thinking of concluding partnerships with specialized entities and to support young people's technical training, and also the partnerships with EMCA. This is a very bold choice that will bring many effects, why not say risks. We know that, and Yasmina will confirm it, working as technical support for entrepreneurship is not something easy. We do not have 200 players able to do that. We have approximately 30 operational players who can go anywhere in Morocco. And I believe that in part of the assessment that we've had this morning, a question was asked about the opportunity cost of all these systems that we are now implementing. Many technical experts find it hard to mobilize the same thing in Smara, Khrir, Casablanca, etc., because it's a matter of the more there are men days close, it is rather than going elsewhere or far away if it's not more financially attractive. So I believe that we solve the problem using these technical providers, service providers throughout the display request for display of interest, which was first national then regional. And upstream this support action, we need to put in place a whole momentum. The coordination implemented crossroads of young people. We nowadays have 100 platforms of young people that are structures that could qualify as innovative. They brought something that didn't exist. We have culture houses, we have the ANAPEC structures, FPPT training sectors, but the crossroads of young people is something that was created by INDH. The idea was to offer young people who are in a situation of social exclusion, who are really worried about the actions of public players. They're afraid to go to banks because they cannot get support, they cannot formulate their needs. In principle, these structures are done to welcome them. So in addition to technical support, we believe that the INDH offers and insists on offering this stage of welcome and borrowing an ear, like being listening. We need to understand what are the conditions for these two possible ways, support to employability or to become an entrepreneur. Not everyone can become an entrepreneur. We need to create a moment where we are going to be listening to that young people to try and identify these real expectations and then launch the technical support process. We conceived it to be working with the World Bank model, from the pre-creation to the business plan and the funding of the project and the formal creation of this company. And then there was a post-corporate creation that would last from 12 to 16 months, and it depends on the situation, of course. In the meantime, if the project is approved, the CPDH, the Provincial Human Development Committee, provides funding that is going to reach the ceiling of 100,000 dirhams. This whole scheme was conceived so that phase 3 would start in 2019. Platforms were put in place, and then there was the pandemic. I'm talking about it because I knew how the energy of that team, whether centrally or in the different regions, needed to be slowed down. The platforms of the people that needed to be open. I'm thinking about the Arigana platform inaugurated by His Majesty the King in February 2020, and on the 8th of March we had a pandemic and everything that followed it, you know what I'm saying, but this didn't block the INDH or the basis of the technical providers. We had to come across a crisis situation and we had to be innovative, so the technical service providers suggested, and they found that we were on the same, on the same vein, like we could ensure the remote distance support of these youngsters. So this was already a problem when they were physically there, but remote distance is even more difficult. We don't have any emotions, you don't have visual contact, and there's a very big part of the need, since the INDH aims to give the objective of working with the INIT, with digital with poverty and exclusion doesn't match. It's not a reality that you can easily reconcile. And in spite of that, we could handle the first part of the year. The second and third quarter of 2020, we could handle them with some form of adaptation. I believe that service providers were resilient and they decided to convert themselves toward this mode. Of course, it had an impact on results. The objectives that we have to reach after a cycle of training, we cannot reach it fully when there is distance technical support. At the beginning of 2020, there was quite a serious trend. During this month of May, we celebrated the 17th anniversary of the INDH. And we realized how these statistics, even if they're a little bit under what we would have expected, are real results. Whenever we talk about a young person to whom we provided a subsidy for a project, it is something concrete. The project exists, the young person, there's a whole traceability that justifies that the project we are analyzing, that we supported with this lady in Ouarzazate, in Zagora, etc., are projects that are supporting a young person who was in a situation of exclusion, etc. And we can carry out a job that we can appreciate according to some aspects. There's always quality to improve, communication to improve, listening to improve, and there's also the challenge of trust. And we need to renew with this young person who is not going to come to the province anymore, but to the platform of young people. Whatever the mindset in which this person is, he can feel at ease, feel at home. We put in place some management bodies. These are locally selected bodies that mobilize 3 youngsters with skills for social assistance or to support people, social, workers. We need to invest on bullish crafts for the plan we are trying to put in place now. So globally, this should be a flexible model, and they should be in full participation. We do not act as technical moderators. We need to create conditions so that a technical moderator is going to come and do the job. We will delegate it to this technical provider. And then we need a follow-up and assessment system. We need to have a pool to implement programs for social engineering and for follow-up and evaluation. So we consider that the deployment of these business lines and these services are at the same level as strategic positions or a momentum of constant evaluation in order to try and cope with the accumulated delay. So we need to adjust according to eligibility criteria and according to modus operandi that were adapted in function of the feedback coming from the ground. Once we cross a reality where young people could not bring the contribution that was set in the beginning, the premium to be paid, we brought it to practically nothing, 3% maximum for some projects that justify a higher investment than 100,000 dirhams. The CPDH and the government presiding it may decide to go up to 150,000 dirhams. This is for the support to entrepreneurship. And we also worked on a third axis, which is the income improvement axis, improving social entrepreneurship for solidarity-based economy and supporting the value chains or cooperatives acting in the same realm. Basically speaking, this is a process that is totally in phase with national public policies, and it should bring some operational ability in the field. So we created some provision committees for human development, and I believe that all our ANAPEC partners or FPPT partners are members of this committee at the level of the territories, and there are some provinces where this committee was called, where the Wali in Tangier thought of the creation of a provincial committee for economic inclusion in order to contribute with all these projects in Khanefra. We also included the CP and included some thematic commission for employment, insertion, social and solidarity-based economy, etc., support to entrepreneurship. We wanted to maintain this INDH in its role of impulsing a partnership momentum between actors in the territory and to facilitate to other operators the possibility to reach objectives that are not necessarily theirs. ANAPEC objectives are not necessarily ANAPEC objectives. These are belonging to the national public policy in terms of economic inclusion throughout the ANAPEC tool. So the INDH, I believe, is of extraordinary flexibility. And there is also the challenge to improve the actors of an ecosystem to work together and to do the job together, sticking to the realities in the field and focusing on, and by the way, that's what a lot of people asked for, evolve in function of what the field is saying and decides. This young people's exclusion project is a project in which we need to be very humble because it's a tremendous challenge. And beyond inclusion or beyond exclusion, there's a huge human distress of some young people that can be absorbed by social plagues that we reprove, but we need to act in a consulted way with all the stakeholders. Thank you. I will stop there. I have a question with regard to what's been asked by my colleague on the right, and it is about the sturdiness of our labor regulations, because these are very strong factors against the economic development of a country. And the issue related to the minimum salary, and the World Bank or other institutions consider that the minimum wage is high in Morocco. So what is the impact? Did the World Bank carry out a trial to see if we reduce this minimum salary, what would be impact on the growth, on companies, on investment, or other indicators, macroeconomic indicators, and also if they considered the other way, the other aspect of this matter. Some people live with the minimum salary in Morocco, and given the increase of prices in the current situation, it's hard to make ends meet with only a minimum salary, because many companies don't even pay that. They do not even respect that regulation here in Morocco. So I'm just asking that question. Do we have any simulations, quantity-based surveys to simulate both cases? The reduction of this minimum salary, what would be impact on the growth and the economy, and this matter of social impact on poverty, vulnerability, inequalities, etc.
Yeah, but I think I got the second.
It's about
it's the impact of.
What would be the impact if they would reduce the minimum wage in the economy? If there was a deregulation of the labor regulations in Morocco, whether it would boost the economy?
We, of course, we've analyzed in different contexts, because has, in a way, ensures like a minimum income, right, to the workers, but at the same time represents a cost for the firm. So as such, it's always difficult to handle it, right? Because, it protects the worker, but, if the firms, can't pay for it, then it doesn't protect the worker, actually increases the incentives to invest informally, right? Because they can't pay for the minimum wage. So with different recommendations depending on the context, and to understand, again, in which context, what is the full set, let's say, of firms and the full set of costs and obstacles that firms face, right? Because it could be a very high minimum wage, and everything else is fine, but it could be the minimum wage that comes on top of very high social security cost, of very limited access to finance, limited access to technology. So it still needs to be put in context. But one thing that is important about the minimum wage, and that, like what you said earlier about the evidence, about the data, right? The minimum wage needs to be evaluated constantly, because it can be above the labor productivity of workers, because firms are profit driven entities, right? So if for a worker I have to pay more than what the person produces, whether I can afford it or not, I won't do it. So in the case of Morocco and many other countries, if you look at the minimum wage, I don't remember if I have the slide here, over the years, you see that hasn't changed, right? So whether that is adequate to the productivity of the workers, to what they need, to the cost of living, like we compare from 2014 to today, hasn't been revised, right? So not only is high, but it's rigid, right? So, and again, you can keep the minimum wage, but, the government can help firms with subsidies, or by lowering the cost of social protection, for example, right? So the insurance. So the first step in assessing whether it's the right minimum wage and the good tool to help workers and not to limit firms, it is to evaluate, right? So
you did this evaluation, right?
Huh?
You did this evaluation.
Yeah, we did. Look, Morocco.
What did you find?
It's very high. No, it's
very high.
It's very high,
So,
and it hasn't changed. By how?
Doesn't change in the.
So nobody has evaluated. We look at since 2014, right? So a good practice is for countries to look at the amount of the minimum wage and compare that by different sectors and by type of workers with the labor productivity. So that's a very important step. And Morocco hasn't done it. If you look at the past 8 years, probably beyond that, but nobody, at least based on the data that we have, hasn't been evaluated. It is high, on average, but what we have, it is an average, right? So a good practice would be to look into again an evaluation to see labor productivity, different sectors, skills of workers, and then assess also whether that's the right tool to support people's income, right? And to fight poverty. Because as I said, if it's too high, like it is the case for Morocco and many other countries, to be honest, and firms, they're not that good firms that I mentioned, like they're productive, so they can really innovate and face the cost of that minimum wage, that it just becomes counterproductive for the workers because firms, they can't afford that and they just hire informally. So a good practice, again, at least is to revise it. In some countries, like for example Denmark, we always use it as a good practice country. They have this system that is called flex security, meaning that the social security that the World Bank is advocating for a long time to be universal, right? Because at the moment, most countries have that system of protection decide around a definition of traditional workers that, with the digital, with the changes, the temporary workers. So if you look at the share of workers that are really protective, it's little. And it's a big disincentive for firms. So what Denmark did, they really invested in the private sector. So the best way to give people social protection is through a formal good job. So they have that system that has a very liberal labor regulations, private sector business environment. But when people lose jobs or, firms go to the transition, then the government intervenes, right? So that they give whoever loses the job the social protection. But that's not permanent. So that doesn't impact the private sector development, doesn't impact the government, of course, expenses, because as they protect workers, the private sector is dynamic. So they're going to recreate those jobs, and they're eventually going to absorb that workforce that is temporarily out, right? I know this is ideal, but I just, again, would like to insist on linking the two, because if we look at the minimum wage alone, it doesn't tell us much, right? We have to put firms the firms in the middle to create the jobs, and again look at the context. Like the question is, do you need, for example, because Morocco, like many other countries, they have very high severance pay, right? So when workers get fired, beyond being complex to fire people, it's costly. So do you protect workers? Well, I'm not sure, because a lot of firms won't hire, knowing that they will have to face that cost. So it's better than an unemployment subsidy from the government, let the firm free, so not to face that cost. Or in some countries, it makes sense to have high severance pay, right? So again, it's always try to unleash that, job creation through firms, while giving, of course, workers certain security, which is a fine balance and difficult, and definitely need what you said, data. Evidence-based, and not just at the beginning, monitoring through the whole process to understand the impact of any measures. So I think, and that's where we struggle a lot to get the data. If we get the data that can be published. So that would be such a game changer, I think, in a country like this with such a high potential, and all over the region, I think would be important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci aux intervenants.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all speakers. I think I could get back to the figures mentioned by Mr. El-Taib with regard to unemployment. I think we do not have much choice today. If we wanted to create jobs, we need to create entrepreneurs. So that's what Injust Maghreb is doing with the INDH and other structures and associations. It is very important, but it's not sufficient, of course. When we look at the number of created companies, we're way under what we could hope for and under the potential of the human potential that is present here. And it is precisely this student, these young people who could create a company if they have the possibility to think and to innovate. And they could work in the regions. That's what the INDHs do. But there's a problem of distribution of the national territory of the whole competence in order to help and support the creation of companies. But if I have the opportunity to talk about recruitment is something extremely expensive for a company. So this is why in some companies, and unfortunately or fortunately, anything that regards grants to employees is used for recruitment purposes. Sometimes you recruit someone and for 5 months afterwards you realize it's not what is needed. But getting back to startups, we need to recruit, but we do not have enough funds, so these solutions can be very helpful and can help them develop more. So the question I'd like to ask to the representative of the World Bank is precisely, since we talk about treatments within the companies, there's also the matter of redundancies. So can we imagine, even if it's quite a hard topic to discuss, it's politically incorrect, what happens in other countries in the United States? They can fire people without fees. Here, if we hire people, it's expensive, but if we fire that person, it's even more expensive. So there are some reflections carried out to understand whether it is something that could be replicated, for example, here.
The question was about firing costs.
The matter is about firing costs.
Is even larger.
Yes.
So the question was, what about the firing costs? Could we suppress those firing costs? What would be the impact? And is this a recommendation?
So it's very high. The cost of labor is extremely high, and that's proven to be a disincentive for firms. Now, I can't say, of course, that we have to remove it, but I think what we have to find it is perhaps a pathway, a process, right, where to incentivize firms initially to hire, you might remove it, but the government need to come in. Like, workers should not pay for that. It has to be between the firms and the government helping, right? Workers, because what's happening in the United States, they have no protection, right? The classic scene of people with a box, right? That come in the morning, they get fired. That's a reality, and that's really bad, right? So at the same time, they have a vibrant private sector. So, there are not so many people unemployed. So it is also true that with such a fluid labor market, when people lose their job, they find it very easily. It can be not the dream job, but they have opportunities, not informal, right? Because the bad thing is the informal, right, sector, right? In the United States, they might have lower paid jobs, but they still find it. So what could be envisaged, it is a transition period where, let's say, the government support that firing cost in case, and so firms, are more willing to hire. But if that remains an isolated measure, and we don't work around that ecosystem that needs to be built, once that subsidy is removed, let's say we have unemployment subsidies instead of high severance firing cost, right? Once that subsidy is removed, if nothing has changed around in the market, right, especially in the product and service market, things will go back as they were before. So it's very important that that's why I said a pathway, a transition that has a vision and an end goal based on evidence, where as firms get relieved from that cost, they can hire more, but at the same time, they invest themselves so the firms can grow. If the firms stay little, right, once you remove that subsidy, they still won't be able to face it. So firms have to make a shift too. So when that subsidy is removed, they can face that cost, right? Which still shouldn't be too high, but should give workers, enough protection. But if the private sector improves, and also that period between that, people need to find another job is shortened, that also protection that we give to workers, right? Many jobs opportunities. But again, if the nature of firm doesn't change, in fact, in Morocco, you see either tiny, small firms, right, that enter the market and they stay because they don't want to grow, otherwise they start increasing the cost, right? Or you see the large firms, because the large firms enter the market large. That's a different market.
Maybe the problem is not in the wage, minimum wage, or the regulation. Maybe there is economic factor that play in this.
Yes, yeah. So what we found with this new evidence, and it's not a surprise, it is what we call the lack of contestable markets, right? So there is no competition in the market because, as I said, there is a large presence of state-owned enterprises, which is allowed by the law. Like we collected data for the first time on product market regulations. Product market regulations regulate the cost of entry, the cost of exit, and the competition. And we didn't have comparable data on that. So once we look at it, then, again, I didn't have time to show it to you, but not only you find a large presence of those incumbent firms that kill competition, right? Because the good thing about contestable market is that firms feel that threat. Could be two firms in the market, but they know the market is open. When there is no competition and there is no free entry and exit, like that's the small tiny firms are already excluded. That you can lower the minimum wage, they still don't have a business, right? So that's what I say. The labor market has to go together with the product and services market because the demand for labor is derived from the product market. So if firms don't have a playing field, you can, in fact, in a lot of countries, you see that they change the labor regulation. It doesn't affect the market because they impact a very small number of workers and very small number of firms because the majority are informal. So you can change the severance pay. How many firms you're going to affect? Very little because it is informal. But we find prefer access to finance, a lot of conflict of interest, privileges in the public procurement. So all these things, they are in the law. So they're there under the sun, and they create those huge barriers that firms can penetrate. So it should start from the product market, so firms get business. And then you create labor regulation that allow them to go through that shift to that transition, which is not, again, permanent. At some point, you can increase the minimum wage when the firms can afford it. Like the medium firms, the large firms are the ones that, create the better jobs. And they shift. Like now we have a lot of modern sectors that, the firms, they don't have incentive to invest. So they stay in those sectors that don't give the jobs to the young people, mostly informal, because they could care less, right? So why they should invest? So it really starts from the market contestability, addressing that, and again allowing firms to go to this transition with the right labor regulations. But I would say it starts from the product market. Thank you.
Federica.
Thank you, Federica. I'm now going to conclude this panel, and before I conclude, I'd like to remind you the study that Marianne Bertrand and myself carried out in South Africa, where we tried to teach the rules of the market to companies, because these laws are complex, and smaller companies are not necessarily going to be able to understand that. And so we need to teach them those laws, and these had quite positive impacts. It didn't change the rules, by the way, or laws, but it made them more understandable. So I'd like to conclude this panel right now, and I'd like to head over on to Rema for the conclusive words of the day.
So thank you all for being here. I had a long speech prepared, but I know it's been an extremely long day, so I'm going to skip most of it. And thank you all for staying here. We know it's been a bit extra, but I think for me, at least, what I've recognized from the day, part of why we went so over in time, and again, thank you for staying throughout the whole panel, is because there is just so much activity going on here in Morocco. There's so many different programs and policies and innovation, and a lot to discuss, a lot to debate. And at least for me, I feel like from today's session, I walked away with so many ideas about where we could start to be thinking about where data and evidence can be more useful and how we can better partner together. And so, I hope as you have ideas as well, that you reach out to the lab, because we really want to be engaged and to try to be helpful as we all undergo this journey of thinking about how can we better support evidence in terms of thinking about labor market policy. And I'm going to go back to what the minister talked about this morning, really thinking through how important this is, because at the end of the day, what do we care about? We care about these young people. We want them to have better lives. We want them to have good jobs. And so all of this work that we're doing and all of the trying to get information and trying to improve our knowledge is really trying to help them. And that's why the work that we've all been doing and many of the people in this room have been doing, and the work that we would like to do moving forward in terms of improving data and information systems, I really think is very important. Now, as I said, so I said I had a long speech, I was skipping, and then I gave another long speech. But what I would like to do is I would first like to thank the MCA for their support for the Mel Lab. They've just been wonderful partners in this journey, and I hope we can continue to work together. I would like to thank the Policy Center for the New South, first of all, for hosting the lab. You've just been so wonderful, and for sharing your local networks and your local experience with us. It's just been wonderful the last 2 years and this partnership that we've had. And then finally, I would like to thank our partners in this event, the Observatory of Labor Markets and the World Bank. It's as we talked about before, we're seeing the event today, but this event is part of a broader set of discussions we've been having and a broader set of events to really discuss and think about these issues. And I really hope that beyond today's session, that this can continue. Okay, so I'll let everybody go because I know we're totally late. But thank you so much for everybody for being here. And have a nice day.